Hello everyone and welcome to today's tutorial on HTML CSS full course. This full course is designed for beginners who want to dive into the world of web development. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language and it is the backbone of web pages, while CSS will stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It is used to design and lay out the page elements. In this tutorial, we'll cover the basic structure of a web page, how to style elements with CSS, and how to create responsive layouts. By the end of the tutorial, you'll get the complete idea that how to deal with HTML or CSS while working on any web project. So guys, here's the agenda of our today's session. First, we are going to discuss about HTML, have its brief understanding and overview of the web development, and how this HTML technology got evolved. Then we are going to cover some of the HTML important concepts, for example, like how to structure the HTML documents, and in which we are also going to explore about relative tags, elements, and attributes. We are going to discuss some of the common HTML tags and attributes, like you're going to see head, body, h1, paragraph, link, and image tags. Then we are going to do some hands-on activity where we are going to, create some HTML-based document like forms and all those things. Next up, we are going to move ahead with CSS and we are going to explore why we need CSS. Then we are going to understand the CSS syntax where we are going to explore about selectors properties. Then we are going to understand how we can apply the CSS like inline, internal, or external. Then we are going to style the elements with CSS. Moving ahead, we are going to explore color, fonts, borders, and background styles. Then we are going to understand box model where we are going to explore padding, margin, and borders. Then we are going to explore how to use the CSS properties. And then we are going to work with layouts. Now, before we move on, here is a short quiz to test your knowledge. What does HTML stand for? Your options are Hypertext Markup Language, High Text Machine Language, Hypertext Manipulation Language, or none of these. Please mention your answers in the comment section below. And also guys, before we start the session, here is a quick info for you. Simplilearn has got AI-powered full stack developer program. You can become job ready with AI-powered full stack developer course. You can develop modern web apps using MERN-Stack, Java, and AI-powered tools. You can boost your CV with 60 plus hands-on project, unofficial Microsoft certificates, launch your career with AI-powered resumes. So guys, hurry up now and join the course. The course link is mentioned in the description box. Guys, also before we move on, I request you that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon such that you don't miss out any update from our end. So guys, let's get started. So guys, let us first try to understand what exactly is HTML. So guys, this is the official documentation of HTML and it is present in developer.mozilla.org. You can access this all over here from this given link. Now, if I talk about HTML guys, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So basically, if I talk about HTML guys, it allows developers to write a given, the UI of a web page, or actually create the HTML document in such a way that you are able to create interactive web applications. Now, basically how you structure a document, that's very much important because that style we are going to learn today. So there is something called tags all over here in HTML. So if I just show you the given code, this is the way we start our given HTML. So you can say, first of all, we have the doc type declaration. So let's say this is your given doc type HTML. Then you start with HTML tag all over here. Then you give a head title such as like radio buttons. Then you add your given style. Let's say if you want to add any CSS, you can create a style tag. Let's say you want to create all the elements like heading, forms, and all those things. So you can see under the body tag, we try to put all the elements like paragraph, h1, h2, and all those things, even buttons also. And finally, we end this given HTML document with hyphen HTML and hyphen, and we end up with slash body. So this is somewhat a basic idea regarding your HTML document structure. And if I have to say, this is pretty much important that because of HTML only, we are able to structure our given document in such a way that we can, create the layout and visualize it and develop accordingly. So HTML had very, very much importance. So if I talk about the history of HTML, guys, way back, there were scientists who was working on CERN. So CERN is a given organization which works for nuclear, programs, and they do research in that subject. So he wanted to communicate to all the scientists across the world, and he thought like, okay, let us create something. So World Wide Web was created, and let's say if you want to, let's say create any applications or interact on the internet, so HTML was considered to be the web language. And that's why you see websites and all those things. So it started with your given HTML. HTML actually had a lot of improved versions also. So HTML1 came out way back, then HTML2, then HTML3, and finally we are using HTML5 right now. And its set of standard is being written by, there's an organization, we call it as W3C, the Web Consortium. They look over the semantics and the structural composition of HTML, like what things need to be, added or, deprecated based on their understanding. And also, they also take care of the ES snippets. Like currently we have ES9 all over here. And also they take care of ES snippets. Now, let us discuss about these given tags. So if I talk about head tag, guys, head tag basically has the given metadata that will be required by your website. So that's thing being mentioned all over here under the head tag. And like, for example, you add title all over here. We can add the CSS part all over here. So these are the things which you can add under the head tag. Now you can see we have this given body tag. So under the body tag, what basically we do, we try to, write all those, visible section which is present on a web page is done by this body tag. And for example, like you can imagine about text, videos, audios, MP3, and all those given things. And there are a couple of important tags which, or we can say elements all over here. So with the help of that, you are able to see a lot of things. For example, let's say if you want to add headings. So for that, you have H2, H1, H3 till H6, you will find these given tags. Then let's say if you want to create form, let's say you are creating a registration form where user enters his data like email ID, password, and all those things. That is, possible with the help of form tag. Now also you will see, like, let's say if you want to create label and all those things where you are writing, okay, let's say first name, last name, and all those things. So it is possible with the help of, this given label, tag that we have. And for letting the users to, write the input based on the given thing asked on your web page. So that is being controlled with the input tag. And let's say if you want to add a paragraph, so you can add it up with the p tag. So that will be kind of very much important. And also, let's say if you want to add a button also, so you can use button as one of the given tag, and this tag is going to add the given buttons. Let's say if you want to add links and all, so for links, we have this given tag a tag, and you can add the respective link all over here. Pretty interesting, guys. Then for adding the images and all those things, you can use the img tags. And for, let's say, adding lists and all, you can use, let's say if you are using unordered lists, you can use UL. Then let's say if you want to use all over here a given tag, let's say ordered list, so you can use this tag OL. And let's say if you want to have this list of items, so you can use the li tag. So these are some of the very, very important tags that we generally use it while creating any HTML project. So more of the tags we are going to discuss it later. So I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding HTML. So I want to sum it up and tell that HTML stands for basically hypertext markup language, and it has a lot of importance when it comes to creating your given web application, or when you are talking about creating your HTML document. So this was supposed to be called as the language of web. So that's why it has very wide importance when we talk about internet. So that's it, guys. Now let us move ahead. Now, guys, let us choose our editor from where we are going to type the given HTML scripts. So you can go to VS Code download, and based on your operating systems, you can download it. So you can see I have been directed to the official website of Visual Studio Code, and it is available for Windows, even for Ubuntu and Mac operating system. So for Windows, you just click all over here, and you can see it supports 10 and 11, and it is x64 ARM64 architecture. Then you can see similarly we have Debian distribution also, Ubuntu, and for Red Hat we have .rpm, and for Mac OS 11.0 we have all over here. So these are the respective IDs all over here. Now for this tutorial, what I would request you to create a folder. So let us create a folder first. So just right click all over here, and you can create it in your C drive or D drive, anywhere where you can allocate all your learnings or the hands-on things which you do. So I will just create one folder. Let's name it as HTML, and all over here it's done. So guys, you can right click all over here, and you're going to get this option open with code. Just click all over here, and your given project will be opened all over here. The next thing that I would like you to do is just create one random file and name it as index.html. So this is the syntax of the HTML file, guys. Basically, all the HTML things that we write have this extension index.html. Now, let me show you how basically we structure our HTML document. So you just start with this thing. So let's say we type doc type, and then we can give it as HTML all over here. So this statement declares that our given document, that what we are going to write, will be a HTML document. Then give a HTML tag, and you can see inside this what we need to do, that we have to arrange our given things, like for example head, body, and all the given things. Now you can see that we have written in small letter, so make sure these is in capital letter. Okay, now it seems pretty fine. And we'll also discuss whether HTML is case sensitive or not. But before that, let us try to explore the given, how we actually structure our HTML document. So this is the starting thing, the starting template that you need to have. Next up, what you need to do is, let's say we type the head part, and inside the head, let's say I give my page title. So create one tag, name title, and let's say very simple, like my page. Okay, so whatever you see on the top of the browser, the title of your given HTML page, that title comes with this given tag that's called title. So inside your head tag, you need to give your title. Now close your head all over here. Next thing you need to do is declare your body. So all the content that you're going to write on the web page, like for example, how would you want the font size of your, let's say, paragraph, or where you want H1 heading or H2 heading, all this way, what you're going to structure, like how you visualize your web page to be, all that content goes inside the body. So let us create one body tag. Let's close it all over here. And inside this, let's say we created one h1 tag all over here. So we can say that this is a heading, something very basics. And let's also create one paragraph also. So for heading, basically, we have different kind of h1 tags like h1, h2, h3. So you can create those elements all over here. Now, the next thing that what you can do is, let's say if you want to add paragraph, you can add it with the p tag. So let's say this is paragraph, and let's say that this is a paragraph. Okay. And now this will be enclosed under your body, and then you're going to get your HTML tag. So this is a very basic HTML file that you have. Okay. And you don't need anything special to run your file. If you just right click on your HTML file, it is going to get opened. So let's save all those things. And let me show you what I mean to say. Let's say when I go to my given folder, you can see this is already marked as HTML file. So if I just right click all over here, so it is going to open it. Let's select the given browser, and you can see we have got this structure. So you can see this is our given heading with the h1 tag, and this is the paragraph tag. Now you can do a lot more thing all over here. So what is the basic way of structuring your HTML document? So this will be the syntax style that we are going to follow. Okay. So this is a declaration that the given content that we are writing is a HTML content, and this is your HTML tag. Inside this there is a head tag with the given title name, let's say my page. Then let's say you have a body, and inside the body you have h1 tag that this is a heading. Then you have this paragraph saying this is a paragraph, and then you enclose all of those things. So this is the basic structure, guys. I hope so you would have got the brief idea regarding this. Now guys, let's try to understand first what is HTML element. See, HTML element is something like this. You can see it opens up with the arrow, it gets closed with the arrow, and there is some content inside this given thing. So let's say if you have written h1 tag, let's say this is heading, or similarly you can create a h2 tag also all over here. Let's press enter and let's mark it as h2 tag. So we can also call it as the h2 heading. So these are basically the HTML elements that we have. So all the structuring which you are doing inside the HTML web page is all done under the body tag, where you are basically adding your given tags like h1, h2, paragraph. And even if I show you, okay, let's refresh this. So you can see we have got a h2 tag all over here. So this is the given thing. Now there are a lot of elements available. Like for headings, you use h1, h2, h3, h4 and all those things. And let's say for adding a paragraph, you have a p tag where you basically add a paragraph. So the size, it's already set default. So when, I told you about the history of HTML. So when the standards were decided, like what will be the font size for a given element, how much space a given element is going to require. So all those things are pre-decided, guys. So you will always see that the paragraph is very, very much smaller than the h1, h2 or h3 tags. So this was the first of the thing. Now, let me also show you what are the next things we can do. We can also try to understand that this format that we are trying to do is kind of following a nested approach. So you can see inside the body, okay, tag, we have the these given elements h1, h2 and h3. So all HTML documents in a very general perspective, I have to say, are nested in this given format. Now guys, one more important thing that I want you to take care of is that whenever you start a tag, okay, always remember to close it. So if you can see all over here, even the head tag is closed all over here. Okay. Even the body tag has started and closed. Similarly, the HTML tag has started and it has closed. So this is pretty interesting. Like this is the flow that we exactly follow. So guys, initially I discussed with you, is HTML case sensitive or not? Now that was a pretty interesting question, but the answer to the same is no, HTML is not case sensitive at all. You can write it in caps, you can write it in small. It all means the same thing. Now, this is pretty interesting and kind of relieving also to most of the developers out there. Now, let me also discuss some of the other tags also. For example, you're going to see a tag all over here. So basically, any link if you want to add all over here or any hyperlink, okay, you can use the a tag. Similarly, what you can do is you can use article also. So guys, if I talk about the article tag, so in the article tag, basically you define all the article things, okay? And let's say anything if you want to write, let's say, hi, this is today's news. And if I have to show you how exactly this is going to look, so let us just refresh our given page. And you can see it is appearing something like this on your given document. Now, with this given tag area, what you can do is you can define the area inside the given element. Now, let's say whenever you want to define any area inside the image map, then you are going to use this given tag. Similarly, let's say we have this another tag. Let's say if you want to embed any audio all over here, you can have the audio tag as well. Then you have this given tag all over here, B, which basically defines the bold text. Now, you are also going to see this tag, which we call it as the base tag all over here. So basically what does a base does is it specifies the given URL. So let's say if you want to target the respective URLs in a given document, you can give the base as the given tag. Now let's say if you want to give a break. So for that we have this given thing, break. Now BR does what? Basically, let's say if you want to give a single line of break. So in that perspective, you can use this. Next up, if you want to add button, you can use this given tag, which is called as button. So that's another thing. Now, this is another interesting element that we have, and we call it as canvas. So let's say if you want to draw anything on this given document. So let me show you what I mean to say. Let's say if you want to add anything or draw anything. So for that purpose, you can use the canvas. So basically, you will not be drawing manually. You have to draw using scripting. So you can use JavaScript for the same purpose. So that's another amazing option. Then you are going to see this given tag. We call it as col. So what does a col does? So basically, whenever you are specifying any column properties all over here, so you use col tag. Now there will be one more tag which will be used kind of very much while styling our given document, and we call it as a div tag. So what does a div tag does is it defines a section in your given document. So it's just like a container. So you have to visualize in that way, like how you are basically creating the section of your web page. So do remember this, we are going to use this exhaustively. Then let's say if you are adding any element like, let's say, footer. So what a footer is going to do? So footer basically is the bottommost part of the given web page. And if you want to add any relatable information, generally in the website, what happens is that all the contact details, address, and home to contact, and all those given things will be mentioned at the end of this given document. So that is something which will be present all over here. Then the next thing that what you can have is a form. So this will be another element. So if I talk about forms, guys, so forms basically helps you to add the forms. So you define it by this given tag. Okay. So let's say one good example we can take it will be a user registration form where you have your name, email, and let's say password and all those things, and you are basically defining it for the user to enter all those details. And if you're designing something like that, you can definitely use this given element. Now let's say if you want to add image to your given document, so for that purpose you can use a img tag and add your given image reference all over here. Next up, let's say if you want to control any input, for the same purpose, you can use this input tag. Now, you are also going to see this quite often, and we will use this in that reference where, let's say, if you want to add more reference or more navigation links. So basically, whenever you go to a website, you would see like home, about, contact, and different navigation links which are present at the top of the web page. So if you want to define all those things, you can use the nav tag. Now that's pretty interesting. Next up, you're also going to see something like this. So OL means ordered list. Let's say if you're adding any data in a ordered fashion and you're presenting it on your document, you can use this given tag. Next up, you are also going to find this given tag a lot. Let's say if you want to add table to your given web page or anything. So you can use the table tag all over here. Then you are also going to see this given element, and we call it as table header. So all these values, basically, if you add on a given table, let's say for example, if you have a table and let's say it's a students table with the given data like your name, ID, and the course or the class. So all these header details of the given table, you can create with the TH. You'll get more clarity as we are going to move towards table and when we will be creating this given thing. Next up, you're also going to see this a lot. So we have used it all over here. So what does this given title tag does? So basically, we define what will be the title of our given web page or given HTML document. So for that purpose, we use this given tag. Then we have tags like, let's say, U. So basically, whenever we use U, we want to ensure that whatever the style of text that we are using is styled kind of differently than the normal text. So for those purpose, we use the U tag. Then we have this given element that we have all over here, that is the var. So if I talk about var, guys, basically this defines the variable. And let's say if you want to embed any video all over here, for that purpose, we use the video tag. So guys, these were some of the important HTML elements that we should exactly know. So guys, now let us discuss a bit about attributes. So what exactly are attributes? Attributes are something which actually gives us some additional information regarding the element. The basic things, if I talk about attribute, so here if you could see that, let's say for example, we have this given button tag all over here, or let's say we have the given image tag. So here you can add any additional information. For example, let's say if we are trying to style any element, so we can give the class name or let's say any alternative name like as we do it in our image tag. So these are the given things. And also you can also put like width and height attributes also. So in a nutshell, attributes are something which gives you additional information. Now, one important thing is that attributes always are given at the starting of the element. So something all over here. Let me show you what I mean to say. Let's delete this first. So let's say we have this given tag. And let's say I'm trying to give some link name all over here. Let's say, for example, HTTPS. Let's say example.com. Okay. Now you can see the attribute I have mentioned all over here in this given tag is href. And it is denoting that there is some link which I have mentioned all over here. So you see, we always give the attribute at the start of the given element. Now let's close this and let's say you can type anything all over here. Let's say visit now. Okay. And you close the respective tag. So in this way, you give your given attribute. Now let us discuss some other attributes also. So guys, let's say we have this given tag and we call it as image tag. Now, let's say we add this attribute src, meaning source, and let's say we have this given image and we call it as u2.jpg. Okay. Now, this attribute is called as src and it is used with image tag. So you can close this all over here and that's one of the given thing. Now, actually, this is the attribute which goes very well with image. And there are actually two ways to specify or work with src attribute. So let's say if you are trying to access some external image and all those things, so you can use the absolute URL that you have. So in this scenario, if you could see, let's say if I want to add an absolute URL, so what I could do is I could just type, for example, let's say HTTPS and let's say www dot, let's say example.com, and let's say the given image tag could be like, let's say 1.jpg. Okay, so in this way, if you are giving a link or something like this, you can use the absolute URL all over here. Now, the one thing is to be noticed, let's say if you are adding any image and you are trying to, let's say, work on any project, so the images might be subjected to some copyright since you are taking it from some other URL. So please take a note of that thing. Now, the next thing what you can give, so this is basically our, I'll just mention all over here that this is our absolute URL. Now, there is another way of adding a given attribute to image, and let's copy the same thing and we call it as relative URL. So if I talk about relative URL, so what you do is all over here. So basically this is going to link to an image that is hosted within a website. Okay. And if the URL does not include any domain name, for example, like as we have used www.example.com. So in this relative URL, we could just directly give something like this. So let's say we'll just remove this URL and make sure that the image is used within that website only. Okay. So that you don't need to add any domain name. So for example, you can give, let's say it is under images tag and let's say it is 1.jpg. So if the URL begins with a slash, it means that it is kind of a relative URL that we are using. So let's rename this. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding this. And the best way, if you ask me what to use between them, I would always suggest use the relative URLs. They are comfortable and kind of pretty much used across most of the projects that we do. Now let us look at the next attribute and we call it as the width and height attribute. So let's say for example over here we have this given image tag and let's say this is src and we could call all over here, let's say img and let's say 1 and .jpg, and let's say after that you add this given attribute all over here. Let's say we add the width attribute and let's say the width is 500 and the height is all over here 600. Okay, just close this tag and this is the height and width attribute. So every image is going to have a height and the width. So if you are trying to set up according to your canvas, you could use these attributes. Now there is one more attribute with respect to the image and we call it as the alt attribute. So alt means that any alternative text which you want to give to your image. This will not be reflected on, let's say, on the given browser when you are trying to render your given HTML document, but it is going to give an alternative name. So if for some, this can be, let's say if any connection error happens or, any server issue happens. So instead of, if your image is not displayed, so you're going to see that alternate text. So for example, let's say if we have this given image 1.jpg, so we could also give one attribute called as alt, and you can just give all over here something like, for example, let's say boy with a hair, and don't forget to assign it. Okay, otherwise you're going to get the error. So this is one attribute that also goes well along with the alt. Now let us try to explore one more attribute and we call it as the style attribute. From the name only, it's evident that the style attribute will be used to style the given element, basically. So let's say if we have this given p tag all over here, okay, and we just want to add something like, let's say, attribute like style, and let's say, for example, we want to give color, and let's say the color is red all over here. So this is the way you could, use the style attribute. So this is also kind of very much synonymous with what we exactly do. So you can use it to style any element which basically you are using. So like I have done with paragraph, so you can try with H1, H2 or H3 as an element. Now let us also explore the lang attribute. So for example, let's say if I am declaring my given HTML document all over here, and let's say if we want to use what kind of language we are using, so we can give the lang attribute, and generally it is just given at the starting of your HTML tag. So what you need to do, type lang, and let's say the language we are using is English, so it is going to be working along with that. So now you could also add country codes. That's a very amazing thing in the language attribute. And so the first characters define what kind of language we'll be using. So for example, let's say you can give the country code also. Let's say, for example, I want to use the US language, US English. So I can give something like this. So there is a proper reference of the language, codes based on the countries. You can refer to the official website of MDN Docs where HTML document is actually documented, and there you can find the reference to the different country codes available. So that could be actually used as a reference if you are trying to make your document kind of native to the given language. Now you could also see the title attribute. Let's come again to paragraph, and let's say if we have this given paragraph, and let's say if we have this title, and on the title, let's say if we have something like I am a horse. Okay, so you can give something like this, and then you just talk about, hi, this is a ranch. Okay, and you ended something like this. Now this title attributes actually define some extra information regarding your paragraph element that you have used all over here, and this value of this attribute is going to be displayed as a tooltip, okay, when you actually are hovering over the given element. So that's the given thing. It's just defining some extra information. It goes very well with paragraph, okay, so you can use this given attribute all over here. So whenever you hover it, you are going to see this given thing. Now, there are some standards of applying the attributes. So my suggestion would be, if you are, since HTML is not a case sensitive language, but keep your attributes in the lowercase letter. So this is also recommended by W3C, and I would ask you to go with that only. So that would be kind of standardized, format for you to actually practice these HTML codings. Now, guys, let us try to explore this heading element. So, guys, earlier in the starting of the session, I showed you some H1 tags and also H2 tags. So, guys, we are going to discuss about that. So, if I talk about the HTML headings, so you have headings from H1 till H5. So let's say if this is your H1, you can just call it as heading 1. And let's say the same thing, you can copy it all over here, make it a H2 tag. Then similarly, you can make it as a H3 tag all over here. And based on the sizes, okay, you can actually understand how this is mentioned. So let us type one more thing. Let's say this is H4. And similarly, we can have H5. Now you can add something like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now if I go to the given browser and try to refresh this, so you're going to see the heading format. Like this is your heading 1 tag, this is your heading 2 tag, this is heading 3, this is heading 4, okay, this is heading 5. Now this is pretty interesting for us. So headings are very, very much important because search engines like Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, or Edge use headings to index the structure or content of your given web page. And users often visit the given website and actually try to understand the content with the help of heading. So H1 basically is used for the main heading. Then for the subheadings, you can use H2. And then if you go under sub of H2, you can use H3. So it just, the importance of the content is being subdivided into H1, H2, and H3. So this is one of the ways to actually structure your content. The best example would be, let's say if you are writing a blog about, let's say, AI agents, and all over there you want to actually start the given title, like say what are AI agents in 2026, so you can give it H1 tag. Then the sub contents are the agenda pointers, you can use this. Then the subtopic module name, you can do it all over here. Then this could be used for some any notes if you are adding across it. Then for pointers, you can use this. So in this way, it gives you a very creative freedom to actually use these given things in your HTML document, such that you will have a very wide clarity of how you can structure your given document. So in a very normal practice, H1 tag is used for page titles. Then H2 tag is used for the section titles, and H3 for the subsection titles. Let me show you one example, guys. Let's say, for example, in the H1, we can have it as travel guide. Then in the H2, you can mention something like Europe. Then here you can add something like France. Here you can add something like Italy. Here you can add something like India. So this is the order of your given thing. Now let's refresh this. So this is one of the ways you can think about structuring your given HTML document. Now let me also show you how to style this given HTML elements. So let's say if your H1 style is heading 1, or let's say travel guide, so you can use the style attribute that we had discussed right now. So let's say you want to put the style attribute all over here. For now, just try to follow along. In the later period of this tutorial, you are also going to see about your given CSS, how to apply CSS, but for now you can use these as for learning purpose. So let's say if I am adding this style attribute, and I could add something like, let's say, font size, and let's say if it is 60 pixels, you could use it all over here. And let's say this becomes your given travel guide. So if you see it all over here, and if you refresh this, so you can see in this way you can style it also. You could add the colors also all over here. So this is pretty interesting. So each of these headings that we discussed have the default size. So you can increase it, decrease it based on how you are expecting your given HTML document to be like, or your given UI to be like. Now let us discuss a bit more about paragraphs. So if you want to write paragraphs, you can easily use the P tag. So paragraph is used in this context. And one more important thing, guys, that paragraph always starts with a new line. And browsers add some white space, something like that, or a margin before and after a paragraph. So let's say if you are writing this as a paragraph, and let's say, for example, this is a paragraph. So you can add something like this all over here. Similarly, you can give something like this all over here also, like this is another paragraph. Okay, so that is kind of pretty much interesting. So you can use it in this given regard. Now let us see how this looks like. So this is all over here. You can style it also using the style attribute. You can add some colors, font size, and all those things. Now if I talk about how the display happens with respect to the HTML. So you cannot be sure like how these paragraphs or how HTML is going to render these paragraphs. Like with HTML, you cannot change, the display, let's say by adding some extra spaces in the paragraph. So those things will not be happening. So browser is going to automatically add some extra spaces. Now what I mean from that is, let's say we have this given paragraph. So let's say this is another paragraph which contains, let's say, a lot of lines in the blog, and let's say, but the browser ignores it. So this is one paragraph. Then let's say we have this another paragraph also, and something like this. And let's say this, we give a lot of space. This paragraph has more spaces, and it is ignored by browser. So that is one of the given things you're going to see. Now let me show you how exactly it is going to look. So if I render this, you can see all over here that we have given a lot of spaces also, but it's not reflecting on the browser. So it's all being set by default. So each of the paragraphs starts with a new line. So you can see I have declared one of this. So this is one line. You can see all over here. This is another line which is starting from all over here. So that's the another thing. Now let us also discuss a bit about the horizontal rules which are present in the HTML. So for the horizontal rules, we basically use the HR tag all over here. So HR gives a kind of a thematic break or kind of breaks in HTML page, and mostly you are going to see it with the horizontal rule that you have. So let's say, for example, we have this given thing. Let's say we have this H1 tag, okay, and let's say we have this, like, this is a heading, and let's say we could add something like next one with a paragraph, and let's say this is a paragraph. Okay, now in the next step, what we can do all over here, let's say we are adding this HR tag which is giving the thematic break, and let's say we have this H2 tag, okay, and let's say this is a heading. You can give it all over here. You can give something like this is a second paragraph. So this is something pretty interesting, and you could give the thematic break here also. So let's add the HR tag all over here. Now let me show you what exactly will be the output of this given thing that we have added. So if I just refresh this, so can you see these lines that we are getting? This is what HR tag basically does. So this is your horizontal rules which is being specified by your given HR tag. Now one more interesting thing, guys, if you notice, we don't have any ending for, like, as we have for paragraph like /p. It is like a single tag. So you just use it one time. There is no ending or the pair for this given tag is required. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, let me also discuss with you bit about the BR tag, or how to give breaks in your given HTML document. So if I talk about the BR tag, guys, so BR is also kind of giving breaks in the paragraph. For example, let's say if we have this given P tag, and let's say we call it that this is a paragraph. Okay, let's just cut it from here, and let's say we give a break tag all over here, and we could add after this paragraph breaks. So this is pretty interesting. And so you can see all over here, and this is also kind of an empty tag. So it has no other pair which is going to enclose it. Now, how in the output it is going to look like? So you can anticipate something like this. So you can see this is the break. So it is starting from a new line. Now that is pretty interesting all over here. So that's one of the given thing. Now there's one thing which I want to show you, like how we are going to see. So let's say if we have this given thing, let's say if we are writing any poem on the given HTML document. So let's say first, let's write it in the normal way. So let's say, hello, doctor, and let's say, for example, if you give like, I am ill, is there a medicine? And some random poem, let's say if I'm writing, let's say we have a cure and your heart is pure. So guys, some random demonstration here. So let us say if I try to do something like this, and you can see all over here that there are no breaks, like the way we write a poem and the way I have structured it. It's not happening in that given format. Everything is just coming up in the same line. Now, what is the solution for the same thing? So there is one more tag available all over here. We call it as the pre tag. So pre means pre-formatted text. So there is going to be formatting. So what is going to happen? So if we are trying to replace this given thing with a pre tag, so it is going to be displayed in a fixed width or a font size. So, and it basically preserves your spaces and the breaks which you are giving. So let's say if I give pre all over here and also here pre, and let's say, so can you see now we are getting the given poem in this given format. So whatever formats I have added, the given things will be added all over here. So that is one of the thing. Let's say now you can see it is preserving the format we are writing. So if you are actually writing in this format and you want to specify something, you can use the pre tag. Now guys, let us try to recap what kind of tags did we studied. So we started with our given tag, which was like the p tag. So p tag was used for the paragraphs. Now next we studied a bit about HR tag. So what did the HR tags did? Which basically gave you the thematic breaks, the line thing that we saw. So that's very much important. And also this is a empty tag. Next up, you can see we have the BR tag. Okay, so this is also empty tag and it gives you the break all over here. Then we saw this given tag, we call it as the pre tag. So basically what does the pre tag do? It defines your pre-formatted text. So these are some of the important tags to actually explore. So I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let's move ahead to the next part. So guys, earlier we discussed a bit about the style attribute. Now let us try to dig deep into the HTML style attribute. So we can use this style attribute to add the font size, color, and you can do much more things with that. So for example, all over here, let's say the given syntax that we follow with the style is like you can use any tag name, okay, and just use the style property all over here. And here you can give something like the property and its respective value. So this is pretty interesting, guys. So all over here, let's say we have the given thing. For example, let's say in the body, let's say if we want to use the style, let's say we want to change the background color. So you can use this style tag all over here. You can, let's say, give something like all over here, background color. So you can see it's auto suggesting, and let's say we want something like, let's say crimson color. Okay. Now all over here, if you could see, so our given, the style that we have applied, which is going to change our background color to this color. Now you can use the H1 or H2 tags after that. So let's say we have this given H1 tag, and let's say this is a heading. Okay. And next, let's say we can give this P tag and we could say this is a paragraph. And we could enclose this under the body tag. Now let's do this and you could see our UI is changed. So this is something like your given, the color change that has happened. This is somewhat relatable to the pink color that we have. So that's pretty interesting. Now let me also add more style thing all over here. So we can also add, let's say, the H1 tag all over here, and let's try to style a little bit. Let's say we could have something like the background color here also, and let's choose something like blanche almond. Okay. And similarly, we could also add some styling all over here. Let's just give background color. Let's say this is tomato. Okay. And this is some more styling things that we have done. Now let us see the output, how it is displaying. So you can see its effect all over here. So your background color would be changed somewhat to whitish, and if you could see, your paragraph color would be changed something like this. Now guys, I'll also show you how you can use the font families of different types. So if you want to access all those families, go to Google Fonts, and from there you can check out. There are a lot of fonts available. So if you want to use any particular font style, you could also incorporate in this given thing. So for example, let's remove this given thing first, and let's say if we have this given h1 tag all over here, and let's say we add the style attribute, and all over here, let's say we want to use the font family style. So you can see we are getting this one attribute as font family. Now you can see there are a lot of font family which is being suggested by VS Code. That is pretty interesting. That's why I'm suggesting also that you should also use VS Code for your front end development task. Now let's say we have added all these font families, and after this, let's say if we want to add something all over here, so we could also add this, and let's say this is heading 1, and let's say all over here. Then we could also add, so I don't want all of these font families, so what I'm going to do, I'm just gonna end it till here. Okay, so let's say I'm just using this Gilly Sans all over here, and let's say if we have this given p tag, okay, and inside the p tag, let's say this is a paragraph, okay, and in the style section, let's say if we want to add the font family, so you can use the same thing all over here, and after that you could give, let's say for example, let's say we want to use Courier all over here. So these are the set of the font style that we'll be using. So what you can do, you can remove the new things also all over here, or you can keep it something like this. Now there are some issues coming up. Let's resolve this. So guys, you can see all over here that after resolving the error, I have put something like style, and let's say font family Courier, Veranda. This is heading, this is a paragraph. So this is how you are going to see. So guys, if you use a different font style, you are going to get output something like this. Now guys, let us try to do more. So let's say all over here, we could also, add the style also, which I showed you, like you could add the background color and all those things. So guys, I'll leave up to you to try all those things. Now, let us also start with this given thing. And let's say if we have the given font size all over here. So if you are working with the sizes of the text, so you can use this given attribute font size. So you can see, and let's say we keep it as to 300%. So that's one of the given thing. And all over here, after this, your text style will be formatted to this given size. Now 300% means it is 3x larger. Similarly guys, you can do it all over here. You can give the font size something like this, and here you could add something like, let's say the font size is 160%. So we have added different font sizes for heading and paragraph. So this is also one of the amazing properties. Let us see the output. So you can see based on the sizes, text size, your layout is going to look something like this. Now, let's say if you are interested in the text alignment. So what you can do all over here is that you could use the font size property. So for example, let's say we have this given thing. So let's say we have the H1 style all over here, and let's say if we want to make it into centered aligned, so you can change something like this. Let's say let's add text align, and here you could see all these options are coming. So let's say if you want to do it center all over here, and similarly we could do it here. Let's say text align, and let's say we want to justify this. So there are a couple of options more for you to explore. You can use all those given things. So now if I see the given thing, let's try to see. So you can see based on the alignment also you can style your given elements. So that's pretty interesting. So explore all these different options that you see in your given editor. So you'll be referenced with different attributes that you are seeing. So that's pretty interesting. So guys, now let us have a brief recap what we studied. So at the first go, we used the style tag for styling our HTML elements. Then we also saw the background color property, which sets the background color. Next, we saw colors for setting up the colors for your H1 or P tag. Then also we saw font size and font family, and how did we align the given elements like H1 or P based on like the alignment, like centered, justify, left or right. So in a nutshell, this was a pretty much idea regarding your styling with H1 and P. Now let's move ahead. Now guys, let us try to explore some of the text formattings that we can use all over here. So let's say we have this given tags all over here, and let's say we are writing any paragraph and we want our text to be bold, italic, okay, in that reference. So we can use the formatting styles to present the given things. For example, like we have these given things, guys. So let me remove this. So let's say if we have B, so you can just understand B stands for bold text. Then what you can use next, you can use strong all over here. So with the help of strong, what you are going to do is you are going to emphasize any important text that you are using. Then you will also see something like I. So I will be used for italic text. Next up, you can see something like mark. So basically this is going to be utilized as a mark text. Next up, something like we could use small. So basically if you are trying to add any smaller text, you could use this. Then we could use the del tag all over here. So del means what is the deleted text that you have added. Now next thing, you could add something like ins. So ins stands for your inserted text. Next up, you could use something like sub. Okay, so this is relatable to the subscript. So something which goes down and up in very small captions. So those things are related to subscript. Now you could also add a superscript also. So that would be used as SUP. So guys, these are some of the formatting related things that we are actually doing with related to the given text. So let me delete this and let's start from here. Let's say we want to write something, and let's say if we want to use the B tag, so we can use this is a bold text all over here. So this is going to give the bold text. Now we could also write something like strong. So for strong, use the strong tag, and you can use that this is a strong text, or emphasizing anything which is important. Then you could use something like this. So you can use the I tag for italic. For example, let's say this is italic text. So for emphasizing this, I could use something like this. Now here you could also use the EM tag also, which basically you could see something like all over here with EM. And this means that we are basically emphasizing the given text. So that's pretty interesting. Next, let's say if we write something like this, you could add like this is a emphasized text. Next up, let's say if you want to add any small element all over here. So for that purpose, you could use the given things. So with the small, let's say this is a smaller text, and you could use something like this. Now I'll be using all these references for you such that you can have a clear picture what exactly happens. Now let's say if you want to mark a given text, and let's say if we have a paragraph, let's say, for example, let's say if you are visiting any e-commerce platforms which says do not forget to buy, and let's say you can use mark, and all over here, let's say milk, okay, or you could add something like Complan. So those things will be used as a mark tag. Now let me also show you how to use delete. Okay, so guys, let us imagine that we have added something like this all over here, and let's say if I've added del all over here, so you could add something like this is a deleted text, or let's try to insert it in a paragraph. That would be much more better. So let's create one paragraph first, and let's say this is my fave color, and here we could add the del tag, and you could say blue. Okay, so this will be marked as the deleted text. Now let us try to use the ins element. Similarly, we could use another paragraph tag, and let's say this is ins element, and let's say we could use something like red all over here. So guys, this is going to insert a red into our given HTML document. Then let us also explore the subscript. So for example, all over here, you could define a paragraph something like this. This is a sub, or you can just say subscripted. And here you can add something like text. Then you could also add something like superscript. So all over here, you could add the element sup, and same things, you could just insert it in this only. So now let's say sup, and you could say E equals MC square. Or let's try to be much more creative all over here, and let's create one more paragraph, okay? And we are going to try to write the mathematical equation. So let's say if we have something like this, and let's say E, or let's write 2 all over here, and let's say E equals to MC. So this is going to be represented as a subscript. Now this is pretty interesting. Now let's see all these given formattings. Refresh this, guys. So guys, you can see all over here, we have got these given text that you can see, like this shows, this is italic, and do not forget milk Complan. This is my favorite color, and you have, let's say, underlined this given thing. Let's say this is the ins element, and you have added red all over here. And let's say if you're using subscripted thing, you could write something like this. And I showed you one mathematical equation also where I added E equals to MC square. So that's pretty interesting, guys. Okay. Now let us move to the next part. But before that, let's recap what we studied. So we used bold text all over here to mark this as bold. For italic, we used I all over here. Okay. And if you are using any smaller element of the text, okay, you used small all over here. Now, let's say if you want to mark anything, so we have used the mark text for this thing. And let's say if we want to delete anything, you have used delete tag all over here. So deleting the given text. Then you have also used for inserting. Let's say if you are trying to insert something, so that comes right all over here. This is for the subscripted. This is for the E equals to MC square. So that's one of the given thing. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea. Now let's move ahead. Now guys, let us explore a bit about HTML quotations and citations. So guys, for this purpose, we'll be using quotations and citations. And I will show you how to use this given thing. So for that reference, we are going to go through, let's say, block quote. Then we are going to go with our, let's say, Q tag, okay, quote tag. You can say something like this. Then you could add the abbreviation ABVR. Then you could add something like address. Then you could add something like site tag. So we are going to explore these given tags all over here. And finally, you could add the video. So let us try to explore each one of them one by one. Now let's go to the Google and try to take some quotes. So quotes, let's go. Let's try to take some popular quote and we are going to use this given thing. Let's say we use this given thing. Let us put all over here. Let's first delete this. So let's say we have this given quote from Marilyn Monroe and we want to use those given tags that we discussed to style it in a better way. So guys, what you can use all over here. So let's give us a p tag first and let's declare something like here is a quote from Marilyn Monroe. Okay, and which says like I'm selfish, impatient, and little insecure. So after this, what I could use it, let's keep it under the block quote. Okay, and let's cut it and let's say we keep it under here. Now let me show you how this is going to look like in our given document. Let us refresh this. And you can see it has added something like this. Pretty interesting. Now you can also use Q for short quotations. So for example, let's go to that given website and let's say be yourself else is already taken. And this is a very short quote. And let's say if you're using any short quote, so you can use the Q tag all over here. So here is a, let's say, short quote. And then after that, you could just use the given thing, okay? And you could use the Q tag all over here and could add the given thing. Let's say, if you want to see all over here, let's say, so this looks something like this, okay? So that's interesting. Okay, you could format this also. So you could just keep something like this and so that's one of the interesting part. Now let us explore the other tag. Now the next tag that we are going to discuss, that is the abbreviation tag. So the abbreviation tag defines the abbreviation for, let's say, acronym. We can use it like for HTML, CSS, or let's say Mr., Mrs. and all those things. Those are the abbreviations we generally use. So you can use something like this, guys. For example, let's say if we have this paragraph all over here and you could see something like the, and you could give ABVR. Okay, you could add title. You could see, let's say, World Health Organization. And after that, what basically you do is, let's say you add WHO all over here. Now, this is pretty interesting and you can just add, let's say this was established in the 1990s. So this is the way you can use the abbreviation. Now, let me show you the output, how it is going to look like. So you can see we have got some abbreviation all over here. So marking abbreviation is also important because it gives useful information in your given content which you are trying to display on the web page. Now guys, let us try to use the address tag, for example. And let's say if you are trying to list out any contact information in a given web page, so you can use this. So for example, guys, let's say if we have address all over here, and let's say you can write written by John McLaughlin, and after this you could add some BR tag all over here, and let's say visit us at, and here you can give the URL www dot, let's say abc.com, something like this. And let's say after that you could give another BR tag all over here to start with the next line, and You can say box office, Beverly Hills, California. Okay, so here also give one BR tag. Okay, and next you can give US. So this is one of the way you can use the address tags. Let's say if you are trying to give any contact information or anything which you want to display to the users. So go all over here, just refresh this. So can you see how it is showing? So this has a different font style, which is pretty interesting. So that's one of the thing. Now guys, let us try to use the site tag all over here. So let's say, for example, let's say if you're trying to define any creative work, for example, let's say it could be any book you are writing or any poem or novel or anything, something which is relatable to the creativity aspect of writing. So you can use it all over here. For example, guys, let's say we have this given p tag, okay, and here we could use site all over here. Let's say screen, okay, and you can write something like by Edward Munch, and you can say painted 1983, okay, and you could close this given thing. So this is how it is going to look like, guys. So all over here, so you can use the citation part. So I've used site tag all over here and it is reflecting in this way. Now let me also show you the video tag. So video stands for bidirectional override. Okay, so for example, let's say we have this given video tag and let's give the attribute as directory basically, and you could add something like, let's say this is RTL, okay, and you can say this text will be written from right to left, okay, and you did hashtag video. Now if you are trying to see this, so you can see this is bidirectional override, and how we have written something like this. Okay, so from right to left, basically this text will be shown. Now this is pretty interesting actually to observe these things. So this is how you could use the video tag all over here. So guys, let us explore what we did in this given segment. So we studied regarding ABBR tag, then we studied regarding the address tag, okay, basically for citing the address. Then we saw also the site tag that we had, okay. Then we also saw the video tag, okay, and then we also had the block code thing. So these were the respective tags that we are using. Okay, I hope so guys, you are pretty clear with these concepts. Now let's move ahead. Now guys, let us discuss a bit about hyperlinks. So links are found everywhere on the web page, and in our HTML also, we are going to embed some links. Let's say, for example, it's your front page of your website, and let's say if you want to navigate to different pages like about, home, or contacts, or like projects, it could be anything, any navigation links which you have mentioned. So, or let's say if you want to give link to some other website also, you can give it all over there. So guys, whatever clickable links you see is possible with the help of hyperlinks. And right now we are going to learn the same thing. So what you can do with the hyperlinks, guys, whenever you click on a hyperlink, you can jump to the next document or next HTML script, basically, which you have written, and that is going to appear on the UI. So for example, the given syntax that we actually write for our this thing is, let's say if we want to add any hyperlink, we add it with the A tag and give the attribute as href. So let's say href is this. So guys, after this, here you give the given URL all over here, and after that you give your given link text. So let's enclose this all over here, and in this we can add the link text. Now this is one of the most important attributes, which is href, and we have already discussed about it. So we are going to do the same thing. Now, let me show you one demonstration. So let's say we have href all over here, and let's say https. Here you can add, so guys, you can add something like this, www dot, and here you can add something like simplilearn.com, and here you can write something like visit Simplilearn. So that's pretty interesting all over here. So guys, by default, the links are going to get appear on your given, let's say, browser when you are creating this. And there are a couple of things that we want to discuss. First is the idea of visited link. Then you can talk about unvisited link and the active link. So if I talk about the visited link, guys, it is basically underlined as blue. So your unvisited link will be underlined as blue all over here. Then if you talk about your given visited link, so your visited link will be underlined as purple. And similarly, if you could see, your active link will be underlined as red. Now, we are going to understand this given attribute called target attribute. So by default, what happens is that the link page that you have given, okay, that let's say if you are opening up in the current browser's window, and now if you want to change that, there are certain attributes which you can apply. So those attributes are like self, then you have blank, then you have parent, then you have top. Now, if I talk about self, guys, then it opens the document in the same window. If I talk about blank, what it does, it opens the document in the new window. Similarly, if I talk about parent, it opens the document in the parent window. Then if I just talk about top, so what does a top do? It opens your full body window. Now, we are going to see its impact while applying this into our given attribute. So let's say we have this given URL all over here. And for example, let's say we want to, give certain things after there. So we can add a target attribute here. And let's say, let it get opened. So we can have the blank attribute. And let's say visit simplilearn.com will be here. So let me show you how we can run this. So let me refresh this. So you can see we are getting blue. So when I told you about blue means it's an unvisited link. Now when I click this, you can see inactive links turns red. So this is how your A tag exactly works. Now guys, let's have a brief discussion also about absolute URL and the relative URL. So what is the absolute URL, guys? So if I talk about absolute URL, so basically absolute URL means you have to give the full web address. Okay, for example, like https simplilearn.com. This is your absolute URL. Now, if I talk about relative URL, guys, it means local link, something that is present in your, let's say if you click it on the particular link, it will be redirected to your same page or same part of the website that you are working on, or same part of the HTML document. Now, let me show you one example also on the same. Let's say we have this given A tag, something like this. Then let's add a new tag also. So let's say we have this new tag, we could call it as H2. Okay. And here what we are going to do, we are going to add a relative URL. So we can just signify all over here like this as relative URL. Okay. Then after that, what we are going to do is we are going to add a given paragraph. Let's say this is paragraph P, and let's add a href tag all over here. So go in this, let's add a link. So let's add the A tag and let's give href attribute. And after that, what we are going to do is we are going to add, let's say, a given local part. Let's say your HTML hyphen, let's say, images. And let's say the file is like ASP. So this is something like this all over here, and you could add HTML images. Now this is something called as relative URL, guys. So let me show you the given output, how it is looking. So you can see all over here, this is your relative URL, this is your absolute URL. So I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let's move ahead with the next part. So guys, in the next part, what we are going to do, we are going to add some images. So for example, like let's have the given A tag all over here, and let's have the href attribute, and let's say all over here that we add this given thing. Let's say, so I'm taking some random name, guys, all over here. You can add the respective images. So let's say the link is default.asp. Let's keep it like that. Then let's give the image, so img, then add the src attribute, give your image address. Let's say if you have created a folder called assets here where you have put all your images, so you can just give it by your src attribute, and let's say this is a smiley dot, you can just say it's a gif file. Okay, then so this file is not present all over here, so it might not reflect, but this thing you need to put your given image all over here to get visible. And the next thing is all over here you need to add some alternative text. So in the alternative text, let's say this is HTML tutorial. Then after that, what we need to do is we need to add this style all over here. Let's say could add the next attribute style, and we could also customize the width and height of the image. So you can just add the style attribute, and here we can start writing the CSS. Let's say we want the width, let's say this is 42 pixels, and let's say we have height. Okay, and let's make it as 42 pixels, or you can keep height as auto also. Now let's close this, and let's close this given A tag also. So instead of here, we can add something like here. So this is our given thing that we have all over here. So now let's see this given output. Let's refresh this. So you can see we are not seeing an image because there is no image, but you can see the alternative text you are seeing. So this is how your alt attribute also works. So this thing is done, guys. So in this way, you can manage your given images or style it and control your width and height. Now guys, let me also show you something very much interesting. Let's say if you want to give link to an email address, then how you can do it? So something like this you can give. So all over here, let's say let's give another href tag. So let's say this is A. Let's write the href attribute. Let's say, for example, you can add this attribute like mail to, and just say, for example, @xyz, let's say gmail.com. And after this, what you can do all over here, you could basically say send email. So you can also add the email links also. Now let me show you what I mean. So in the output, if you go and do this, so you can see all over here that we are getting a send email option. So now guys, whenever you are going to click all over here, so you can see it is going to prompt you for the given browser from where you want to send the mail. So this is the mail to attribute that we are trying to use all over here. So guys, this is the way where you can easily add mail options all over here. Now, let me also show you guys how you can also use button as a link. So let's say, for example, if you want to add a button element. So guys, you can add a button element, something like this. And then after from here, let's say we add an event listener, let's say on click. So on clicking a button, let's say we want, so this is related to JavaScript, guys. So basically we are targeting the given document. So we're going to use this inbuilt function. So we can say document.location. Okay, and let's say we can also give this as default.asp. Okay, and let's say, for example, after this you could add, let's say, HTML tutorial. Now when you add something like this, guys, so what is going to happen? So whenever you are going to add, let's say, button on click, document.location, and this thing has happened. So guys, as you can see all over here, after adding this, we have added the given JavaScript window function all over here. So let's say if you want to use button as a link in your given HTML document, you can use this. So this is pretty much important. Let me show you how exactly it is going to look. So let me refresh this. So now you can see all over here. So you can see it has directed to this given let's say URL that you have. So since there is no file called default.asp file, so that's why it is showing file not found. So in this way you can also use your button as a link. Now guys, let's say if you want to specify some extra information while adding this given URL that you have, which is basically your A tag. So what you can do all over here, you could add the, let's say for example, you can add the href all over here. Okay, and let's say, for example, we could use the same thing, https and simplilearn.com. And after that, we could use one other attribute that's called as title attribute. Let's say if you want to specify some more information regarding this given URL. So what you can do, guys, all over here, you could go to, let's say, for example, title, and let's say, and here what you can write is go to simplilearn.com. Pretty interesting. And here what you can do is, here you can give the given text. Let's say visit Simplilearn. Okay, so this is one other attribute, guys. You can apply it all over here. So let's see how it is going to look. So you can see whenever you hover upon it, so it adds the given information, or let's say the given description about what this link is all about. So this is also kind of a pretty interesting attribute that you can apply. So guys, let us have the quick summary of what we did. So we used the A tag all over here. Then we used the href attribute to define the link address. Then what we did was we actually used the image tag, added the image, understood the importance of alternative text if your image does not shows. Then we also saw like how to add CSS for your given image or control its height or width. Then we had this given tag that we have, which is a href tag, and we have the A tag all over here, which says go to simplilearn.com, and we have all over here visit Simplilearn. So this is kind of pretty interesting. Then we also saw how we used mail functionality. Let's say if we are trying to write some mail to someone, so you can also use that. Then we also saw like how you can use button as a link. That is pretty interesting. So you can also use that. Then we learned about the title attribute, which is kind of very, very much important. Let's say if we want to add some extra information. So I hope so guys, you are clear with this one. Now let's move ahead to the next part. Now guys, let us explore a bit about images and how to actually add more style to this. So guys, let's say if you want to improve the design of our given website, then images play a very, very important role. Now, let's say if we have this given image tag all over here, and let's say inside the body, let's say we have this image tag, and let's take some image from the website. So let's say for example, free images. Let's take some image from free pick. Okay, so let's add all images, and let's say we take this given image. Now let's say for example we want to use this given image So what we are going to use in the src tag, okay, so I told you like there are two ways to give the URL. First one is the absolute URL and then is a relative URL. Now since I don't have an image, I'll try to use this given URL all over here such that which is going to direct to the respective image where we are taking from. Then let's write some alternative text to it. Let's say for example alt, and let's say boy on a beach. Okay, and yes, so we can add that given thing. Now I have also told you that we can also style this given thing, so we could add these given tags also, like let's say width, let's say this could become like 500, and let's say height, we could also give some random element, let's say this equals to 333. Okay, now this is fine guys, we can keep it something like this. So this is a complete idea of our given image. Okay, let's try to see how is the output. And okay, this image is not being taken. So guys, let's copy the image address from here. Let's go to our given website and we could replace this given thing. So let's try to delete this first. Now so we have added this given thing. I hope so this should show something. So you can see now we have got a pretty working image. And you know, whenever we try to add images in our, let's say, given document or given, or let's say whenever we try to add the given images all over here, so in this way we could easily manage its height, width, and you could actually improve the design of your given web page. So that's pretty interesting. But let's say if you are creating something for your business or you have some idea, and one note of advice, don't use images as it is from website or any other source. You might get copyrighted and fined for the same. So try to avoid it. And you can use the AI generation tools to actually create more images. So that's how we deal with the image tag, guys. Now guys, I'll also show you right now how to add the float property. So let's say if you want to, float the image to the left or right of the text, you can use this given property. For example, guys, let's say we have this given thing and let's keep this inside the p tag. Okay, and let's close something like this. Now after this, what you're going to do, guys, that let's say for example if you want to add any text, for example that this image is going to float on the right, so you can use this all over here. So now what you can do, you can add the given respective CSS property. So for example, all over here you can add the float. So let's say you could add something like float right. Okay, so all over here, and after this you can add your given height, width, and all those things, but we don't need to add this comma. Okay, so you can add these given properties all over here. So that's pretty interesting. But guys, always remember that whenever you are trying to apply the CSS property, use attribute style. Okay, so here we have added this, and after this we can add one more thing, something like this. So guys, let's change this to pixels. So what we can do, we could add, let's say 42 px here, and same thing goes all over here. Let's add 42 pixels all over here. Now in this you can see I have added these given attributes, so make sure that you are adding these given things. So all over here we have added these given things. Okay, but this syntax is not correct, so we need to replace this. Okay. Now our syntax looks completely correct. Now let me show you what I was trying to say. So if you are doing something like this, so since I have decreased the size, so it got completely shifted to the right. Let me increase the size all over here. Let's say to 350 pixels and height to 350 pixels. So now you can see we have when we are writing any text and we want to place this given image, let's say left or right, so we could use the floating property all over here. I hope so guys you would have got a brief idea regarding this same. You can use the same thing to float it on the left side. Okay, so let me also show you. Just we'll copy the same thing, and instead of, let's say, right, we keep it as left. So in the same image, and let's decrease the size also all over here. So let's say this is 350, we could mark it as something like 250, and let's say 150. Now let us try to see the given thing, and we are going to see one image all over here. Now you have to style it properly such that it looks good on our given web page. So that's a different aspect, but this is how you can apply this given property. Now guys, let us use this given element called map. Okay, so basically the map tag defines an image map. And guys, if I talk about image maps, it means that what are the clickable areas that we have. So something like this, guys. So whatever you can do all over here, so you can use the area tag also to cover the area which is the clickable part. For example, let's use the same image that we have, and let's say inside this given properties, okay, we could add one given property all over here. So let's say, for example, after the alternative text, okay, we could use this given thing. For example, use map. Okay, and after this, let's say this is your given beach map, something like this. Okay, so we have styled something all over here, and after this, what you could do, guys, after you could just when you have finished this given thing, okay, so you could add your let's say, for example, you could give the map name. So for example, let's say I've added a map name all over here, and this says, for example, beach map. Okay, and here you can start writing the given logic. For example, let's define the area where it's clickable. So let's say, for example, we'll use the area tag all over here, and let's say the shape which I'm going to use is rectangle. So for the same thing, I could use RACT. Okay, and after this, let's say, let's give the coordinates also. So you could give CORDS. So let's say, for example, I'm just randomly giving it, let's say 34, 44, let's say 270, then we can give like 350 and all those things. Then we could give some alternative text. So we can use the alt tag all over here, and we could give, let's say, beach. Okay, so let's say this is the beach, and after that we could give some links also. So for example, for the link purpose, what we can do, we could just use the same link. So here we could give the href. Okay, and let's say, for example, we give something like this. Let's copy this. Okay, and let's just paste it all over here. Now this seems pretty decent, and then also you can start giving the next thing. For example, let's say all over here you could give the same thing again. So let's give the other thing also. Let's copy the same thing. Okay, and but you should use different images, and you could give the coordinates, like what could be the given thing. So guys, for demonstration purpose, I'm going to use the same thing. So let's say this is the area, our beach. Okay, we haven't closed this also, so we are going to close this. And here also, let's close this. Now, let's say for example, let's give the shape, let's say for as circle, and we could use certain other coordinates like for example 337. So, and since it's 44, we could give something like, so you need to take the reference of the browser's DOM window, like what basically its size where you are clicking it. So you have to inspect a lot and try to get the coordinates. Otherwise, you won't be able to create an impact. So that's the one of the way to actually achieve this given thing. So let's add those given parameters all over here. So x-axis, y-axis, then negative x and the positive x. So it's basically based on your 2D Cartesian coordinate system. And after this, adding the given image all over here, you close your given map. Now let me show you what I'm trying to say. For example, let's define the clickable area, and you can see we are getting a particular text all over here. Now this is pretty interesting, guys. You should also try out. So we are making our image a clickable area. So with the given thing. So guys, the idea of the map is that you should be able to perform these different actions. Let's say wherever you click on the image and what it triggers, the different thing it triggers. So that's the very, very much important thing that you should take care of. Now guys, let us try to explore the idea of, let's say, the background image that we have. So in this given respect, let's say if we are trying to add some paragraph tag, so let's say this is a p tag, and let's just say we add the style, and here let's say if we are trying to put, let's say for example, the background image property. So let's see whether it is there or not all over here. So background size, background repeat, okay, that's not showing, so we are going to add it manually. So basically, let's say background, okay, and here we can see we have got this given thing. Now here you could add the given thing, for example, like the URL where you are basically trying to get the given thing. So let's say if you add the URL, okay, so let us give the absolute URL all over here, add your given URL, let's say for example this, okay. So that's one of the given thing. It's kind of very much important. Let's close this and let's add this given link all over here. Now you can see the error is resolved, but we're seeing one problem. Okay, so the problem is somewhere relatable to the p tag. Okay, so guys, let's say we have added these given things, so we can say we have added this attribute. Let's say if you want to add image, okay, behind our given paragraph or any text, so you could use this given thing. And I have added the same thing all over here. Now let us see the output. So you can see all over here, if I increase the text size, so you can see the image is going to cover all those things. So let's say this is the image and it is amazing. Okay, then you could add a break all over here such that, so we are going to use a new line text all over here. So let's say add BR, and let's say in, let's say Honolulu, and that's it, guys. So if you just refresh a given thing, you can see the width has increased. So as you start writing more and more content, so your given background image will be visible across this paragraph. Pretty interesting, guys. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now guys, let us talk a bit about comments. So how you can add comments in your given HTML code. So basically the syntax way of writing is just create a opening arrow and then you can write your given comments here. So this is the given way of writing a given comment all over here. And this is a shorthand notation which you can follow, guys. So for example, let's say if you want to write something like this, so all you can do is you can add these given things. So guys, this is reflected as your comments all over here. Now guys, let us explore about HTML colors. So HTML colors are basically specified as RGB, which you can take it as. Then you have something related as hex. So next up we have HSLA. So these are your respective colors which are available in HTML. Now you could also use the color name all over here, like for example, let's say red, black, blue, green. So all those things you can easily use it. Now HTML actually supports 140 standard color names, and you could look at the reference on the official documentation for the same. And let us try to explore some of the color thing. Okay, so for example, let's say if I created h1 tag all over here, and let's say if I added something called as style, and let's say this is something like, let's say background color, and let's call it as Dodger blue something. So we can just keep it as dark blue also. That's also fine. And you can also select from this picker, also select the RGB value and all those things. And after that, let's say if you have added something like this, let's say hello world. Okay. And let's say if you want to also add a paragraph, so we can add something like this, -p, and let's try to add some style all over here. So this could become something like, for example, let's say here background color, and you could add some color name. For example, all over here you could add a color name, let's say tomato. Okay, now you need to assign it all over here. So, and you could write anything in the paragraph. Hi, this is the HTML tutorial. So that is pretty interesting. So in this way, guys, you can easily add your colors. Now let me show you same thing all over here. How does it reflect on a browser? And you can see it has added a background color all over here as blue. For this given paragraph, the color is tomato. So guys, in this way, there are 140 standard colors for the same. Sounds pretty interesting. Now let us try to add some text colors also. So for adding the text colors, you can simply add in the same direction. For example, let's say instead of background color, what we are going to change it to color. So that's the only difference. So for example, let's say we have this color and we chose it as tomato, and let's say hello world. And similarly for the paragraph, you can change it all over here, something like this. Now let us see the output. So you can see now the color has changed. So this has become kind of bluish. This has become kind of reddish. So that's pretty interesting. Now guys, I will also show you something more interesting. You can add the border colors also. For example, guys, let's say this is your h1 tag and you have this attribute style. So what you can do, you can add something like border, let's say give it as 2 pixels. Okay, and let's say it is solid tomato, or just say dark blue only, and let's say it is hello world. And similarly I could give it all over here for it, and let's say the border is also all over here. For example, let's say 2 pixels or 3 pixels, and this is your given color that you are going to have. So that is pretty interesting. And if you could see how it is going to reflect, so if I just refresh it, okay, we cannot see any output all over here. So let's try to figure it out what has happened. Okay, let's add the same thing all over here. So I've added solid here, also I'll add solid, and let's say it is, the color is blue violet. So guys, after refreshing it, you can see we have got a border line, something like this. Now make sure to add solid all over here. So that's the keyword which is actually doing this job. Now we can also talk a bit about color values, like how they exactly function. So in HTML, colors can be defined with specified RGB values. So you can have the hex values, you can have the HSL values, you can have the RGBA values, so all those given things. So if I talk about the RGB values, generally your RGB values is under 255. So for example, let's say if I give 255, let's say 0, 0, so this is just one color, okay? And so this style of color, we call it as RGB. Next up, we have something like F, and we could 6347. So guys, this is called as hex value. So this also denotes some color. And if you are looking for hue saturation and this thing, so you can use HSL as also one of the given thing. So here you can add some numbers, like let's say 9, and let's say saturation is 100%, and let's say this is 64%. So this is going to be a respective color in this format. So for HTML colors, we basically follow these three given things. Now guys, I'm going to show you the given impact of adding a color but using these three different formats. So let's say first apply the RGB format. So let's say we have this H1 style. So instead of border, what we can do, we can just and something like this all over here. Let's add, and let's say we have the background color, and let's name it as RGB. So we could just add some RGB values, and for example here we can have 255. Let's say this is some value less than 255, we give it as 99, and let's say this is something like called 71. So we can see there are some errors in the syntax. We'll resolve it, and you can see this is tomato red only. So this is one of the format of writing the RGB values. So guys, similarly, I'm going to show you how to write the HSL values also. So let's say, for example, same thing all over here. Let's give it as background color, and let's type HSL. So hue, saturation, lightness, we give the same number. Let's say hue is 9, saturation, let's say it's 100%. Okay. And let's say lightness, if I talk about, let's say it is 64%. So this is the given color all over here. You can change these given values also based on the given things. So guys, this is also one of the way of adding color to your given HTML elements that you have. Now let me refresh it and show you. So you can see this is how we are adding. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding how to add colors all over here. Now let's move ahead to the next part. Now guys, in the meantime, let me also explain you what exactly is CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. So guys, CSS is basically used to format the layout of your given HTML document that you have, or the UI of your given web page with the help of CSS. So you can control like the text size, the font colors, what is the width, what is the height, and there are a lot of different properties like padding, okay, text align, whether it is center or justified. So all these given things is possible with the help of CSS. Now, we are going to deep dive into CSS either ways, but let me show you in what ways you can apply CSS in HTML. So, there are three ways in which you can apply CSS all over here. So, the first way that we have is called as inline CSS. So, basically with the help of inline CSS, what you do is you add CSS something like this. So, let's say if we have the H1 tag, let's add style, let's say the given color all over here, let's say blue. Okay, and let's say after all over here you could add something like blue heading. Okay, so this is called as inline CSS, where you are adding CSS all over here inside your given HTML element. Now, this is kind of pretty important to remember in how many ways you can actually apply it. Let me also show you the another way around. So instead of writing all over here, what you can do next is, let's say we don't want to write the CSS here, so we can just delete this attribute. Okay, now instead of that, what you could do, you could create a style tag all over here, and inside this you can target the elements which you want to style. Let's say this is the h1. So here what you can do is you can put h1, okay, and you could put background color, and let's say this is shaded blue. Okay, pretty interesting. Now if I would want to see the output, so you can see we have got it applied. So this is called as internal CSS, where you write the CSS and target the respective elements with the help of style tag that you are basically using. Now there is third way also to apply the CSS. We call it as external CSS. Now what you can do all over here, you go to your given HTML file, just add or create one more file, and we can call this as style.css. Okay, and now in this you can add your respective CSS. Let's say this is h1, and here you could add, let's say, background color. Let's say this is blue, or let's say beige. Okay, and let's say if you want to use this CSS, so what we exactly do is we add a reference all over here. So let's delete this. So here you can write something like this under the head tag. So let us create a head tag all over here. Okay, now when you're writing a head tag, here you can give something like this. So let's say you have added link, and add this attribute called rel, and here you can give a reference, something like style sheet, and after that you could give your file name with another attribute that's called as href. So add one more attribute all over here, so href, and you can give style.css. So this is also one of the way of adding a given CSS all over here in your HTML document. Now this is pretty interesting. So I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding this given CSS, that how we have applied. So now let us move to the next part. Now guys, let us try to understand a bit about JavaScript inside HTML. So whenever, let's say, you are trying to add interactivity, so you have to use a tag called script tag, and there you can add your JavaScript logic to add more interactivity to your web application. Basically inside the script tag, it contains the statement of basically pointing to the JavaScript logic which you have written, or you provide some external link using the src attribute. Let me show you by an example. So for example, let's say, so let me show you one example. So I'll be using this function document.getElementById. So let's say if I want to use it, so what I can do all over here, I'll create one tag and it is called as script tag. So let's say this is our body, and let's say if we want to write any JavaScript logic, we can create a tag something like this. And let's say we want to change something in this HTML document. So we are going to use .innerHTML method. So for example, we can write document dot get element by ID, and There you can add, let's say this is demo, and let's say for example I could write something like inner HTML, and after this we could add the given logic. Let's say for example we want to write hello JavaScript. So guys, in this way you can define your JavaScript logic all over here under the script tag. So this is pretty interesting. Now let me run this so that you have a given idea. But before that, let me also write the other tags. Let's say we have this h2 tag, and let's say we use JavaScript to demonstrate the script tag. Okay, just a very basic h2 tag. Now let us try to run the given file. So let me open my file explorer, and I could just click on this and my HTML document is going to get opened. Now, so guys, you can see all over here that I've updated this code a little bit, and let's say I've written this one paragraph. Let's say this is an example of JS, and let's say I'm targeting or I'm declaring the ID of this given paragraph as demo, and here I'm changing the inner HTML of this given paragraph. So if I want to change this, I try to write document.getElementById. Here I have given the ID name demo, and let's say if I want to change its inner HTML to hello JavaScript, I'm getting the same thing. Now if you could see in the output, you can see hello JavaScript. Now this is pretty interesting, guys. Let's say whenever you are trying to add JavaScript in your HTML document, always remember to use it under the script tag. Now let me show you one more example. For example, let's say this is our body. Okay, we can remove head from here for now. And inside body, let us try to write the given h1 tag. Let's say this is, let's say, my first JS. Okay, and after this, let's say add a paragraph. So let's say let's give it ID as a demo only. Now after this, what we need to do is we can write something else also all over here, like this is a JavaScript example. Okay, now after this we can write some JavaScript inside the script tag. So let's say all over here we could write function, my function, and here we could write some logics. For example, like document dot get element by ID. Okay, and let's say all over here you could add something like demo. Okay, and let's say let's change the font size. So what you can do is you can type something like style, okay, dot, let's say font size. Okay, let's change this to 25 pixels. So for example, I could write something like this. Now let's say we want to also change the color also. So same thing, you can do it. Just type the same thing, document dot get element by ID, and let's say this is demo, style, let's say dot color. Let's change this to red. Then similarly you could write all over here document dot get element by ID again, and let's say we change the background color now. So for the same purpose you can write something like this. Here you can add, let's say demo dot style dot, let's say background color, and let's change this to somewhat, for example, let's say yellow. Okay, now our given logic is completed. Next, what we can do is we can create one button also all over here. So let's say button type. Okay, let's give it as button. If you want to style button, we can give type as button. Next, what you can do is, let's say we could add some functionality also. So we can write on click. Okay, then let's say this becomes something like my function, and all over here we could write, let's say, click me. Okay, so this is a given functionality that's going to trigger, let's say, whenever we are clicking the button. So this function is going to get called, and these are the respective changes which are going to happen in your HTML document. And let's say the button name is click me. So pretty sorted, guys. This is one of the logic, and our tags are closed right now. Now let us try to see the output. Let's refresh this. So you can see we have got a button. We can see now our text has changed. The color has changed to red. So this is pretty interesting, guys. These things you can easily write the logic with the help of JavaScript and perform these interactive changes in your given HTML web document. Now, guys, let us proceed for next hands-on. So I've got two images all over here. Let's say one is with bulb on, and let's say another is bulb off. So let us write something first. So in the h1 tag, you can just write something. Bulb.js demo. In the paragraph, you can write something like this. This changes the color, or let's say the bulb light, depending it's on or off. Okay. Now here we can remove this given thing since we won't be needing this. Okay. Now this is pretty much fine, guys. Now let us create one function all over here. So let's just say call this function as light, and let's just pass any argument to this given function. Let's say the argument is s. Okay. Now we can just delete all these given things, and let's declare a variable. Let's say this is called as pick. Okay. And let's say if s equals to, let's say, 0, then we could put something like this, that pick variable is equal to, let's say, let's copy this given URL, and here we can add the given thing. Okay. If, let's say, if this is not the case, what we could do, we could write a else statement, and we could change the value of this given pick. So else you can give the value of pick as, for example, okay. So we have two conditions all over here. So in this, let's say I have given one image where bulb is off, and this is another image where the bulb is on. Now let us try to create one button which is going to add this interactivity. So let's first delete these things. Okay. Now let's say we have this given paragraph P, and let's say inside this, let's have one button. Okay. Let's give the type as button. Okay. And let's say on clicking this given button, we could add something like, for example, this changes to light 1, and here just we could call it as light off. Similarly, we could create one more button all over here, and we can change this to button off. So Let's change these values. First here we could give it as 0. Okay, now it seems pretty much correct. So this is the given thing all over here, and we have two buttons. On clicking, one is the light goes off, and on clicking the another, the light comes out. Now there is one more given thing that I need to add all over here. So let's give the image ID. Let's create img tag, and let's say img ID, and we could give it as, let's say, my image. Okay, could give src all over here, and let's call it as pic. Okay, the source is the pic. So pic is this variable where our image address is stored. Now after this given thing, we could give, let's say, this given URL that we have all over here. So for example, let's use this given variable, and inside the src we could give this given URL. Okay, now we could also set its width and height. So for that purpose, what you can do, just add one more argument, that's width, and let's say the width is somewhat around 200 to 300. So let's keep it as 100 for now. Okay, this seems pretty much correct. Also, let's give us one more variable. Let's say this is height, and let's say this is, for example, 180. So on clicking this given image button, this thing will go off. Now there are some issues with the tag. Let's close it down. So this is correct, and this is our given script tag. Okay, yeah, this is correct. This is a p tag, and here we have this given thing. I hope so somewhere. Okay. Now it is pretty much fine. So guys, here I have closed the tag, and now you can see the error is gone. So let us try to see the output all over here. Let us go to this given file. Let's refresh this, and you can see the light is off right now. Okay, but you can see all over here that whenever I'm trying to press lights off or lights on, nothing is happening, just only one image is static. So let's see what did we messed out. So you can see I have not written the document.element function to change the given image. So let's after this write this given function. So we could write something like this: document.getElement by ID. So this is one given thing, and in the ID you can see I have given something called this as my image, if you could see. So we can just copy this and we can target this given ID. So you can just click out something like this, and okay, now this seems pretty much correct. .src, and here you can change this to pic, the given variable that we have created. Let's copy this also. Okay, now this looks pretty much correct. So let's see. Okay, this is fine. Now we can close this. So guys, now let us see the output. So you can see all over here, this is lights off, and while you click it, you can see the light has become on. Now this is a very amazing example of JavaScript interactivity. You can also use this given example to work around. Now guys, let us move ahead to the next part. So we all know that whenever we are giving any file path, or when we talk about giving the file path, let's say to image, or it could be anything. So how do we handle those given things? So let us try to understand that. Let's say, for example, in the image tag, we have this attribute called src attribute. Now, basically, if I talk about what exactly is file path, so it is a location of a file which you described in your given HTML document. The best example could be, let's say for example, let's say all over here, if I give an image tag, something like this, and let's say the src all over here, let's say this is pic.jpg all over here. So this is your given image address that you have all over here. So this pic.jpg will become your given image address. So that's one of the given thing. Now let's say if you have a folder in your given project structure like images, and let's say you have your images like image 1, image 2, image 3 all over there in that folder. So you can specify the path something like this, guys. So let's say whenever you work with React and all, you create a folder called assets and you put all your image bundles all over there. So for example, here what you can do, you can use image src, and all over here you can give, let's say, images slash pictures dot jpg all over here. So this means that the given path that you are giving is under the images folder. Similarly, what you can do, guys, you can do something like this also. And in the last example, as you have seen that I have just given the link of the image. I took the image from Google and just, and I tried to use it in our given example. So similarly, you can directly give an image link, any image address all over here. So there are, so this is called as relative paths, guys. This is called as absolute path. So based on your convenience, you can select either one of them. Now, so I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now let's move ahead. So guys, right now we are going to discuss a bit about layouts and what are the HTML techniques that you should use while you are designing your layout. So whenever we talk about websites, so you see there are different parts of a website. Like you can see there will be a nav bar, sidebar, a header and a footer, and different components which makes up your given, let's say, HTML document or a web page. So in order to handle that, we must be aware about this given content. So basically, if I have to say, so you could have your given header all over here. So say, let's say this is a section of your header. Okay, you can have one header all over here. Then below that, you can have a nav link somewhat here. You can have, something called a site element all over here. Then you can have footer at the bottom. You can have a part of a section and an article somewhat here. Okay, so these are some of the very much important part, but let us try to discuss each one of them. What are these? So first one, we have this component called header. So basically header defines the header of your given document. Similarly, we have this given component called nav, and let's say if you want to give set of navigation links, you can use the nav tag. Similarly, you can use the section tag all over here. And if I talk about the section tag, guys, it basically defines a section in your given document. Similarly, what you can do is you can use the article tag all over here, and the article tag is going to do what, guys? It is going to define an independent or the self-contained content inside your given, let's say, HTML document. And then you can also see a tag called a side. So basically, this is a content which is like coming mostly on the right hand side of your given web document, and it is defines the contents which is on the side, basically on the sidebar of your given web page. Then you could add some summary tags and footer also all over here. So footer, basically you see it at the bottom. So these are most important layout aspects that we use in our given web page, and it's very much important for us to understand, because so based on that we define our given document and their respective attributes. Now let us discuss some of the HTML layout techniques. So there are basically 4 techniques that we can use, okay, to create multi-column layouts. First of all, we could use something called CSS frameworks. Then we can study a bit about CSS float property. Then we could understand a bit about CSS flexbox. Then we could understand a bit about CSS grid. So these are the given respective techniques for layouts. Now let's try to discuss a bit about CSS frameworks. So let's say if you want to create these layout, so you can use a template, like you can use Bootstrap all over here to get your job done. So Bootstrap is one of the very effective CSS frameworks which defines these layout for you. Next up, you can use the CSS float property also. So let's say in the previous examples, we have seen the float property. So you just need to remember, like, you can float the elements respectively based on where you want to set up in your given web document. But there are certain disadvantages of using this technique, that the floating elements are basically tied to the way your document is flowing, okay, the way you are writing your given document in HTML. And sometimes, based on my experience, I feel like that this is, it causes some disruptions in your flexibility. So that's one of the given thing. And let me show you one example, guys. From there you might get a brief idea. So let's say we have this given HTML document. Let's try to also add a head tag all over here, and let's add title. Let's say, for example, this is CSS template. Now all over here, what you can do, guys, you can start the next thing. Now let's say if you want to style your given HTML document. So in the earlier sections we have seen that I have discussed that you can use the style tag all over here. But similarly, let's say we use this style tag, okay, and let's say this is somewhat relatable to box sizing, so I can just keep this as border box. Now all over here, this is pretty much fine. You can also give a star all over here to let your system know that you are using a CSS. So that's one of the given thing. Now you could also use decide what kind of font family you want to have. So you can have something like this font family, and you could add something like Arial, okay, sans serif, and then next we can basically use these given components that we discussed, and we could style them. For example, guys, what we can do all over here, let's say, so here you can see something is missing. So what we can do, we can define header here. So this is our respective header. So let's say we add these respective things, for example, like background color. We could add it up something like, let's say, okay, and let's say after this you could add padding. So this becomes something like, let's say, 30 pixels. Then you could have something like text align, and let's say the alignment is at center. Then you could give the font size, and let's say the font size is 35 pixels. And let's say we could also add some colors also all over here. So let's say these are the respective CSS that we have written all over here for the header. Now let us try to create one nav CSS component, and let's create two columns or boxes that float next to each other. So we are going to use the floating property. So for the nav, we could just take it as, let's say this floats to the left, and let's say the width is somewhat, let's say 30%. Okay, let's talk about height. Let's say this is 300 pixels. Okay, we could keep the background also all over here. So let's say this is somewhat this property, and we could also have padding also all over here. So let's say this is 20 pixels. Okay, so this completes our given nav component. Now we could also use the given nav link that we have all over here. So we have this nav UL. Okay, so we could add something like let's style. Let's say this is type, and we could give it as none all over here, and we could give padding as 0. This pretty sums our given thing. We could also add article, something like this. We could make it float to the left side. Okay, and let's also add some padding all over here. For this given example, I could keep the padding as 20 pixels. Okay, then let's say we add the width also. So for the width, we could give, let's say this is at 70%. Okay, so this is also another way of adding your CSS. So don't worry guys, we will be covering CSS after this. And let's say we could also give height also. Okay, and so these are some of the CSS things that I have done all over here. Now we could also design footer, but before that, what I want to do is let's add some CSS property for the section tags. So let's say we have this given section, and let's add this given property after. Okay, let's talk about content. Let's talk about display. Okay, so we could give display table. Okay, we could add this given thing called clear. So we had added this attribute. Now next thing what we can do is we could add this another thing called footer. Could have something called background color, and let's say the background color is here. We can change a little bit to, let's say 777, and let's also give some padding. Okay, let's say the padding is around 10 pixels across each element, and then we could give text align also. Let's make this into center, and let's say color is white. Okay, so this is pretty much done all over here. Now let's try to make a responsive layout. So if I want to make one column or boxes, let's say stack at the top of each other, then at that process, so instead of so let us try to discuss a bit about responsiveness in this scenario. Let's say we have different kind of media sizes that we are aware about: small, medium, and large. Let's say if the screen size shrinks, so what I want is I want the images to be stacked on the top of each other. So in that scenario, what we can use is we can use the media queries. So media all over here, and let's say the max width, let's call it as 600 pixels. Okay, and we can choose those elements where we want to change this given property. So we could use nav article, something like this, and we could add width here. Let's say this is 100%. Then we could also use height, and let's say this, make it as auto all over here. So these are the given respective styles that we can discuss about. Okay, now so we have added these given CSS for our given elements that we are trying to target. So now it's time to add some H1 and H2 tags. So inside the body, what you can do is you can type something like this. Let's say this is the H2 tag all over here. And in the H2 tag, let's say this is CSS float layout. Okay. And let's add some paragraph. Let's say this is the example of layout. Okay. Using CSS framework. And in the header, okay, we could write header a bit later. So if in order to remember that, I'll just keep this tag opened. Now, after this, let's add one more thing, one more paragraph all over here. So I could copy this given thing, and I could just paste this, and let's say resizing the window browser. Okay. So I can close something like this all over here. And let's say this is a header. We could add something like this. And we could also create some section tags all over here. Let's create a nav link. And inside the nav, how you can structure it. Let's say we have unordered list of items. Let's say, for example, in this case, we can have name of the cities. So let's add li element. Let's say we have this given thing called href, and we could use something like hashtag, and we could give the name as London. We could give the name as same thing all over here as New Jersey. Similarly, we could give name all over here as, let's say, California. Or we could give Venice Beach. Okay, so these are some of the name of the cities, guys. And this is under the nav tags, the different kind of, unordered list of items that we have. Now, make sure that all the tags that we have declared are closed. So let us try to see. Okay, so this looks pretty much fine. Now let's try to also write something all over here. So keep the section tag as it is, and inside this we could create some articles also. So let's say we could write something like, let's say an h1 tag. For example, let's talk a bit about London, and you can add a paragraph related to this. Let's say London is an old city in the United Kingdom. And it is very cold in winters. Amazing place for musicians and travelers. Okay, so this is one of the given thing. Now, similarly, you could add the same thing all over here. Let's say if you want to add another p tag, so you could add one more p tag, and okay, or let's just leave it for here. So we can see our article is closed, our section is closed. Now it's time to add the footer section of our given web page. So we can use a footer tag all over here. So let's type footer, and let's give a paragraph, let's say like contact XYZ at the rates travelers.in. Okay, so that's one of the given things. So guys, this is somewhat your HTML layout all over here, and let us try to see the output, and then we can get more clarity about it. So guys, you can see all over here how beautifully we have defined our given content. So this is h1 tag that we have written. This is our given, let's say, nav links all over here. And let's say this is London. Similarly, you can write about each city, and whenever you click on this, this section reflects. So this is your given footer. And a little bit, what I have done is I have used some CSS, so that's why it's looking good. You can, increase this or make this content or text in the center also. So there are some things about the CSS that we need to explore. So this is the respective layouts that we need to follow. I hope so guys, you would have got some brief idea regarding the same.
Now guys, let us try to understand a bit about CSS Flexbox layout. So guys, use of Flexbox is very much important. Let's say when you are taking this into consideration, let's say your given components which you have created should be working well with all three different sizes of the screen, like small, medium and large. So in order to maintain the consistency, it's kind of very much important to use the Flexbox layout. So let's say the same example if we talk about, so we could use the same thing all over here. So that's kind of very much important. So let me show you what I mean to say. So if you look back to our given code all over here, so you can see we have the respective CSS that we have given. We have given let's say in this given section the header, nav UL and all those things. But there are certain changes. What we could do is, so let's say in the section tag, what we could give all over here. So we could delete this, and in display, we could use WebKit all over here. There's WebKit flex all over here, and we could also use again the display flex. And inside the nav tag, we could do some changes. So these are mostly CSS related stuff, guys. So in the nav, you could use again the WebKit all over here. So let's say we have item tag, let's say WebKit, and we could use this as flex all over here. Then next thing what we could use, let's say this is somewhat related to flex, and here we could give it a 1. Now let's say we could also give flex variable equals to 1, use background, and use something called padding all over here. So inside the padding, let's give it as 20 pixels only, what we have to. So these things are already written, so no need of doing it again. So guys, you can see all over here the given pattern that we are using is a Flexbox layout pattern. Okay, so That's one of the given thing. Okay. And all over here, you have this nav UL, and you can see we have added these respective things. In the article also, we could add these web kits all over here. So let's say, for example, inside this, we will tag, let's say, WebKit, let's give it as Plex, and then we could use the same thing, MS Plan, and we could call it as Plex. Okay, and then let's give it as P over here, and then we could give Flex. So these are some of the CSS properties which we are going to explore either ways. But this is what is related to the Flexbox layout technique. Okay. So you could incorporate these changes all over here. You could add some background color also. So let's try to load this all over here. And let's say, for example, you could keep sample called background color. And let's give hashtag, let's say, one. Then we could give carding also. Let's say carding is 10 pieces. This is pretty much done. We could remove the section after thing. And this makes our given technique pretty much up for our Flexbox or layout technique. Now let's do this, and you can see there are some changes which are being started. Let's try to minimize also. So let's say if I am trying to minimize this given thing, let's say for example all over here. So can you see the elements are, basically going on top of each other. So this is what it is amazing about this given technique. Now guys, there is one more important technique for structuring your layout, that is CSS grid layout technique. And this module offers grid-based system with, let's say, rows and respective columns, and it makes it easier to design the web pages. So that's also one of the technique, and we use floats and positioning to structure our given layout. So we won't be discussing about this, but you can check out this technique. This is kind of bit related to the grid technique, and we are going to cover this in CSS either ways in the Flexbox and grid layout model. So this is pretty much amazing, guys. I hope so. You would have got brief idea regarding how to lay out your given HTML contents. Now guys, it's time to move on to forms. Now guys, if I talk about HTML forms, then HTML forms are kind of very much important because they help us to collect the input. Let's say, for example, you are trying to register on, let's say, any website and creating your account. So you'll be prompted with fields like username, password, email, let's say age, gender, and all these respective things. So form handling is very, very much important, and it's one of the most crucial concepts in HTML. Let's try to explore this given thing. So basically, if I talk about form element, guys, form element basically is used to take a user's input, and we create a form element, something like this, and we incorporate our elements across this. Now, form element is a container for different types of input elements, such as your text fields, checkboxes, a radio button, and all those different things. Now, if I just talk about the respective input elements, so your input elements can be displayed in many ways. So for example, let's say you give your input types as text. It could be given in the forms of checkboxes. It could be given in the forms of radio buttons also. So, and the type could be submit if you are trying to submit a given form. Now you'll get more idea regarding this as soon as we try more examples. So let's change this template. Let's say this is forms all over here, and let's try to create one form. Let's say this component is form. Before that, let's try to add some h2 tag. So let's say registration. Now here, what we can do is we could create, let's say, label. So label is a given element that we would be using to create label names. So let me show you what exactly this component is. So let's give this attribute for, and let's give this as name. Okay. And here we could use this at first name. Let's say after giving this, we want to move to the next line. So we could add the break tag, something like this. Next up, we could give some input text all over here. So for example, we could give input type. Let's say, for example, this could be text. And all over here, let's say, we could give the ID as another attribute, and we could call this as fname. And this is the first name. And let's say, give another field called name. And we could also keep this as fname for now. And we could also add some value all over here. So value, you could give something like, for example, heal, and you could break this up, and you could get dr tag all over. Then you could create another label. So let's say, instead of for fname, we could use the last key. So let's delete this. Now all over here, okay, what we could do next is create the same thing, the input type. And let's say this is input type text. Okay, let's say ID, it could be a name, same thing. Name equals to name only. And value, we could add it up all over here. Let's say T all over here. And we could enclose our respective form. Now let's see, there are some issues happening all over here because we haven't closed this tag. Okay. Now this is pretty much fine. So this is our given respective field. We could also add some paragraph to at the end, denoting, let's say, we could give some notes, like for example, note that this area itself is not this key. Then we have closed this given thing, and then I'm going to look over this. So guys, you can see all over here, this is your respective label. This is your input type. I've already added these values. So, you are seeing these respective values. So you can do hard code it in this way, but generally we leave it for the users to write it by themselves. So guys, if I talk about label element, so label element defines, the label name for different forms that you have. And it also helps user tracking the difficulty, like knowing where is your radio button, where is your checkboxes, and all those given respective things. Now we use the for attribute for, if you could see our given code, we have used this for attribute and we give the given name. Okay, so for in this given example, let's say I have given the attribute name as fname. Okay, so you can give the same thing in that way. So this one thing you should be sure about, that your fname should be directly equal to the ID that you're giving in the input type. So that's how your values are going to get recognized. So this is what the logic. This is pretty much interesting, guys. Now guys, let me also show you this one thing. You could also define the radio buttons all over here. So let's say for the given example name, all over here you have this little thing. Let's say we want this to be of radio buttons. Smooth as radio button. Okay, you can change the respective paragraph. Now, let's say we define our respective form elements all over here. So let us try to create form element something like this, and we could give input type. This is let's say radio. Okay, and let's say we give the ID as HTML. We could also define here name. Let's say me equals your, for example, this could be your favorite language. Okay, and we could give the value also all over here. So by default, the value I want to give this as HTML. Now you can also use the label name for the same. So I have not used a label name all over here. So let us use first label name, and this is label for, let's say, HTML, and this is could be your perspective HTML all over. And here what you could do is you could use the respective BR tag. Okay. So this is one of the thing, and you could see that the ID and the for attribute are actually similar. Now similarly, you can create the next one also. So don't forget to close this, guys, otherwise you are going to see the error. Next up, what you can do all over here is you could give the respective thing. For example, let's say the input type here is radio. Now let's say we create another label. So this is a label. Let's give it as try to do for, and let's say this is CSS, and we could get something like this. Then we could give this one dr tag, and next we could give the input type as radio. Okay. Now we will give ID. Let's say this equals to JavaScript. So that's one of the given respective thing, and then you could give, let's say, any Hollywood here, and the same thing, my favorite language. Just copy this. Okay. And value you could add this to CSS. So this one was for CSS, and one more thing you could create it for JavaScript also. So just copy the same thing and just give it some mistake, guys. So here I would just change this ID to CSS, and after this I could just copy the same thing, and here I could add JavaScript. And single I could add JavaScript. Now value also I need to make sure that this is JavaScript. So guys, you can see the output right all over here. Let's say if you select HTML, you get a radio button something like this. If you select CSS, you get something like this. If you select JavaScript, you get something like this. Pretty interesting, guys. So this is some of the very important concepts that you should always remember in HTML. Now guys, let's move ahead to the next part that's called as checkboxes. Now guys, let us create the input type all over here. So first we this as checkbox. And let's say in the ID, I give this as vehicle 1. So this is pretty interesting. Now what we could give name also all over here. So name, give this as vehicle 1. We could give the respective value also all over here. And let's say the value is byte. Okay. Interesting. Let's close this. Now we could add the respective label also all over here. So let's say label, we give the for attribute first. So let's say for is the same name as the ID. So we would get something like this. Now you can see all over here that I've given my for attribute vehicle 1. Okay. And I'll try to add some description about this table, like let's say I have a byte. Okay. And I could close this up something like this. Next, you could give the same thing all over here. Let's give the input type checkbox, and let's give this as vehicle 2. Okay. And let's change this, and let's change this value to, let's say, car. Okay. Then similarly, you change your given respective label. So here you can change this value to 2. Okay. And let's say here make sure that this and this are similar, and let's say you can save something like this: I have a car. Then you could give another checkbox all over here. Okay, and let's say this is respective vehicle 3, and change the respective value, and let's say I have an aeroplane. Okay, and let's try to add the respective label for the same. So I'll just copy this, paste it all over here, and in this I could just add this as vehicle 3. Make sure this is at the same ID, and we use type like avatar. So this is all what you're looking for, but we are not going to use the BR tag all over here because this is done, and we would close this respective thing, and let us try to. So guys, you can see all over here with this respective example, I am able to add these respective checkboxes with their respective value, like whether you have a bike or a car or a jet. Okay, this is pretty interesting. Now, I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea like how to handle forms using this given technique. Now, let's also discuss a bit about how to submit the respective forms. Now guys, when I talk about submit button, there is one attribute which is related to the form element that's called as action. So whenever, let's say, you are writing your form handling logic on the server side, let's say you're using PHP for the same context. So you can give the reference of your PHP file all over here using the form action. Let me show you what exactly I mean to say. So let's first give some h2 tag. Okay. So over here, we could add something like this as forms. Okay. Now inside forms, what you can give some form element all over here. Let's say form action, and this get the result as, let's say, for example. So here you are going to give your given respective PHP file or something like that. Let's say action page.php. With this file, I have not created it, but there's one reference you can give, and you have to create this file on the backend side, and then you could, give its, address all over here in the form action. So this is very much important because this is going to handle your respective form. Okay. So from here, the data is going to go to the server, and which will be stored in the database. So that's why it's kind of important to integrate the front end and the back end. So do remember it in the long run. Okay. Now let us give the label. Let's say, for example, this is your respective label. You just give the for attribute, and let's give this as, let's say, app name. Okay. And we could give this as the first name. And we could give the BR tag on here. Now we could also add the input type. Let's say, for example, text all over here. You could also give something called an ID. So in the ID, you could give something like have name, and name, you could give your respective name, such as this name could be the same as your ID. So I'll just keep this value pretty similar. So now one more attribute I could add it up, which is called a value, and I could hard code this value to any value. Let's say, for example, the value is here, and I want to break this up. So for C purpose, I could use the BR down, so that we move on to the next slide. Now, all over here, if you could see, you have these respective input file. Okay. Let's say this is the input type and text. Okay. So ID, you could give this as, for example, name, which say this is the last name all over here. And we could give name as name here also. We could give value also all over here. Let's say the value is T. Okay. And after this, we could give a break tag all over here. And we could give another break tag. Make sure to close it, guys. Otherwise, you're going to get errors. Now, this much is fine for us. So we have added two labels, two input boxes, and so I could see one label is missing all over here. So let's say this is labeling for first name, input type text, first name. And similarly, I could just copy the same thing and add it on the top of this. So let's make it as name. And let's say, okay, now this is pretty much fine. Make sure that this and this attribute are same. And finally, we could close our respective form and add some paragraphs all over here. So inside the paragraph, you could give something like this, submit button, form data. Now guys, after adding these respective value, I could say that whenever you are trying to give the given data all over here, you could add these respective values also. So let's say if you have the input type, let's say for example, all over here, you could also give this as a type called submit. Okay. And also we could add the value as submit. Now guys, let's close these respective things. Okay. And this comes under the form. So this is a label, this is your input type, this is your respective values, and this is your respective paragraph. So now let us try to see this given thing. So you can see we are getting one submit button. These are the hard-coded values. And when you submit this data will go directly to the server side. Let's say if I'm using server technology as PHP, so our backend PHP will handle these given data and try to store it in a database. So in this way, guys, let's say if you are using Java, so you need to give the respective Spring file all over here. Let's say if you are using Python and you are using Flask as your framework, then you need to give a Python file all over here. So you can integrate HTML with any backend technology, guys, depending upon which is your area of expertise. So that's kind of pretty much important. Now, guys, one more important context that I want to discuss with you. If you see, every input type has this field called name, okay? And if you miss this given attribute all over here, then your data will not be sent to the server. So it's kind of very, very much important in this respected context. Okay. So I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. So this sums up our HTML forms, guys. I hope so. You are very much well versed with this. Now let us move ahead to the next part.
Now, guys, let us move ahead and try to understand about CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Let's say whenever you want to style or let's say change the color, the size of let's say font or image, you actually take the help of Cascading Style Sheet or CSS to make your websites look more appealing and responsive. So guys, without CSS, you will not be able to style your given HTML document. So from now, we are going to explore some of the very, very key important concepts in CSS, such that after this, we can easily incorporate CSS with HTML to create beautiful templates. Okay, guys. Now, let's say this is our given HTML document, and inside it, as I have discussed with you earlier, that we are going to use our CSS all over here. And this is called as internal CSS. So we discussed before that there are three ways to actually apply CSS. The first one was internal CSS, second one is inline CSS, and fourth one is external CSS. So guys, let's say in our body, we have this given h1 tag, and let's say we can write something like my first CSS example. Okay. Then let's say we could have something called paragraph element. So we could write this is a paragraph. Okay. Now let's say we want to style these two given elements. So how we can do it? So let us create this tag called style all over here, and let's write something. First of all, let me teach you how you can target these specific elements. So let's say we want our background or the body, let's say in the light blue color. So for that, what you could do is just put the name of the given element. Let's say this is body. So then after this, start a parenthesis. So this is opening parenthesis, this is a closing parenthesis, and here you can add these respective things. For example, like here you can add color, so you can add color white. Okay. And then let's say we want something. Okay. So instead of white, let's try to do with the background color property, and let's keep it up. Let's say this is somewhat blue violet. Okay. Now let's target another element. Let's say we want to style h1 all over here. So for styling the h1, what you can do is you can just type h1 all over here, and here you can give, let's say, color white, and let's say the text alignment should be at center. We could add that property. Let's give it as center. Don't worry guys, I'll explain you all these given concepts. So you can see we have this given text align as center. Let's close this. Make sure to add a semicolon after each of the CSS style which you are applying. Next up, let's say we want to target the paragraph. So we can write P and we could target the respective elements. Let's say, for example, we want the font family. Okay. Let's say this is somewhat veranda. So you can just select this. Then after this, what you can do all over here is you can select the next property. So for example, like we want the font size to be something like this. So we could add this given property, and let's say this is 20 pixels. Okay. And then we could close our given respective style. So this is one of the given thing. And all over here, we can see that we have, done some of the configurations all over here. So most of the things will be kind of pretty much familiar. Let's say if we want to style the body, let's say we want to change background color. So we have this attribute called background color. Because of that, you can easily target the background. And there are a lot of colors available in the catalog, and you can select from there. Next up, let's say property which we have applied is color. So let's say if we are writing any heading, what should be the color of that? So you can easily target with the color, let's say white. And next one, let's say heading to be written. So guys, if we consider it in a document, the alignment could be either it could be left aligned, or it could be at the center, or it could be at the right side. So we want our text alignment to be at the center. So we added this given attribute. Then let's say we have this respective paragraph. Now guys, if I talk about the font family, so in the font family, we have Veranda, Geneva, Tahoma, Sans Serif, and let's say we have the respective font size. So font size helps us in deciding what could be the font size of the given thing that we are writing. Next up, we have added our H1 tag, we have added our P tag all over here. And if we see the output, it is going to look something like this. So let's refresh this, and you can see we have this heading which is aligned in the center, and this is a given paragraph. So this is how you guys can target the attributes, and we are going to explore a lot of attributes which will give you a very brief idea like how you can style your given HTML document. Now guys, let us discuss a bit about the syntax of writing a CSS. So guys, this is a very generic way. So let's say in the earlier thing, like as we done, let's say this was our H1 tag. So this we call it as the selector. Let's say any selector element you are having. So we could write something like this. So let's say this is selector. Okay. Then here your all declaration would be done. So we could write something like declaration. Okay. Then we could give the color, the values respectively of those, declarations. So we could add something like this. Then you create another declaration and you add that respective value. So what I mean from here is that let's say if we have these respective H1 tag, so what we can do, we can write H1 all over here. And let's say we want to make the color, let's say blue. So you can target something like this. Then add a semicolon, and similarly, let's say that it should be, text should be aligned at the center. So you could add something like text align center. So guys, this is the way how you can, style your given tags all over here. Now guys, these declaration box can contain one or more, declarations. So it could have 3, 4, 5, 6, depending upon how you are, visualizing or how you are planning to style your given element. Now guys, let us discuss a bit about selectors. So what are selectors? So basically with the help of selectors, you are easily able to find the respective HTML elements. And we can divide these CSS selectors into these ways. So let's say first we can have, the simple selectors. Okay. Then let's say in the second one, you can have the combinator selectors. And the third, you can add something like pseudo class selector. Then in the next, you can have pseudo element selector. And next, you can have attribute selectors. So if I talk about simple selector, guys, like as you have seen in H1, how we were trying to apply the given CSS. So these are the selectors which are based on the name of the elements. Then if you talk about combinator selector, guys, so basically these select elements based on specific relationship between these two elements. Then let's say if you are seeing the pseudo class selector, so in the pseudo class selector, you select the elements based on their respective states. Then if I talk about attribute selectors, guys, so they basically select elements based on their, attribute or value, which is kind of pretty much evident all over here. Now, guys, let us explore one more thing like the CSS ID selector. So what happened, guys? Let's follow this given code to get more better clarity. So let's first delete this. Okay. So let us go to our index.html file, and let's say we have the HTML head, title, and let's say this is your given body all over here. Let's say we have added some paragraphs all over here, and for example, we could keep this, let's say ID equals to, let's say 1 all over here, and this is something like this. Now, if we want to target this using the ID, so what we can do it, guys, so you can just write, so we should not give 1 as the given thing. Let's say let's give his ID as somewhat like para 1, and let's copy this given thing, and let's say if you want to target this given thing, so we can change its name also, guys. You can make it as para 1, and you could add these respective values. So that's like one of the given things all over here. So this is like your ID selector, guys. So in this way, you can style your given HTML elements using their respective IDs. Now, guys, let us also explore the class selector. So let's say here we can give this attribute as class, and all over here you could give something like, let's say this is center. Okay. And here you can give something like, let's say red and center aligned. Let's say, for example, could add just center aligned. Okay. Now this is your given respective class all over here. And let's say if we want to do this, so we have these respective class. So here what we can do is we could add the respective class name all over here. So just copy this given thing, and let's say this is your given h1 tag, and you try to access it. So just add dot all over here. So in this way, guys, you can also style the respective elements using their class names. So in this scenario, the class name was center. So that's why you can see we are having dot center as one of the given attribute. So I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now, guys, there is one more selector that's pretty much interesting. Let's say if you want to select all the elements of your given web page. So for that, you can use the universal selector. So for example, let's say you have this given thing, and you can do all over here, like put a star, and let's say you want to apply the style to all the elements. So you could add something like text align, and let's say you can put something like center, and let's say if you want to add the color, you can add color blue. So these are the respective things that we can do all over here. So this is called as universal selector, guys. So this is going to applied across all the HTML elements that we have. Now, guys, let us discuss a bit about CSS grouping selector. So let's say if I talk about the grouping selector, guys, so grouping selector selects all the elements with the same style definition. So let's say all over here we have this given h1 tag, and let's say we added something like, okay, instead of h1, let's try h3, and let's say we want text to be aligned, Let's say give it as center, and let's say the color we want it as red. Okay, so so all the respective, let's say the group belonging to H3 will be applied all these given CSS property. Similarly, let's say if you want to apply all the styles to the paragraph elements that you have written in your given web document, so you can just create something like this, and here you can add, let's say, text align, center, and after this what you can do is you can add the color, let's say, to be red. So this is like one of the way of applying the grouping selector. So guys, let's recap one thing, like what are the selectors do we have. So let's say if we have the selector, let's say as ID that we discussed, then we can apply it with the class name. Then we could also apply the universal selector, or we can use the grouping selector also. Next one, we could target the respective element. So with the element name. So we have seen all these given examples in these contexts, and we can apply CSS using these given options that we have. So guys, let us try to move ahead, and we are going to do some more examples. And for this given tutorial, we will be following the internal CSS. So we are going to style our given elements under the style tag, which is present in the head tag. So let's proceed forward. Okay guys, now let us try to understand how to use colors in CSS. So let's say we have these given h1 tag, and let's say in this h1 tag we could write something like, for example, let's give it as the class name. Let's say the class name is, let's say we could call it as h1, and or we'll get something else name. We can give the class name as h, and let's close this, and inside this let's say hello world. Okay, now this is clear to you, I hope so. After this guys, let us try to style the p tag. So let's say if this is our given paragraph, so we could style something like background color is tomato. Let's say all over here we could add the class name also. So let's just copy the same thing and let's give it as something like all over here. Let's say here we are going to study how to create amazing layout using CSS. Okay. So this is the given thing that we are doing. So we'll close this. After this, what we are going to do guys, let's say we have this given thing, such as we could call it as another p tag, and for this p tag we'll not give anything, and we can write something like the end. Okay, so these are the respective elements what I'm trying to make in our given HTML document, and we are going to style it using the class name. So first of all, let us create the style tag. Okay, and let's say we want to target the h element, so type .h, and all over here. Let's say here we want to add the background color property, so you could add the background color, and let's keep it as Dodger blue. So let's see where is, okay, we could keep it as cornflower blue, and Similarly for paragraph, let's say if you want to target the paragraph, so let's copy this, keep a dot p, and let's add the same thing. So we can just write this given property and let's call it as all over here, let's say rosy brown. Okay, so in this way guys, you can style this. Now let us see the output. So guys, you can see all over here that we have got the given CSS based on the class names. So in this way, we are going to follow the rest of the tutorial. So I hope so guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let's move ahead. Now guys, let us try to understand the background property in CSS. So with the word, it's kind of pretty much evident that whenever we are using the background property, so we can put it up for the image, color, and we could style those given attributes. So whenever you are thinking of adding any background effects for your given elements, you can use the respective background property. Now, if I talk about the background properties that we are going to discuss, so first we have already discussed that was background color. Then we are going to understand a bit about background image next. Then we are also going to understand a bit about background attachment. Then we are going to understand a bit about your background position. And these are some of the very much important things that we are going to explore. So first, let us try to understand a bit about the background image property. So what we can do all over here, we could just delete this. Okay. And let's say we have any given property that you want to add. So here, let's say we have something to write. Let's say, for example, if you want to add any background image all over here in this body. So what you can do, guys, so let's say this is your given body tag all over here. So in the style tag, just target this given body element. And here, inside this given tag, what you can do, you can add the background image property. So there you can easily write background image, and here you can give the URL. So let's see, where is that given parameter? So here you can see URL, and here in the URL you could add the respective file. Okay, so I'll just add file all over here. So this file will be responsible for adding the background image to your respective CSS. Now guys, let us try to explore a bit about background repeat property. So guys, whenever we talk about background repeat property, it means that we want to repeat that respective background. Now, the question you would ask me, like in which direction the repeat should be there? Either it should be in the X direction or it should be on the Y direction. So we have solution for that also. So let's say if the CSS background is repeating horizontally, what you could do all over here is you could add, let's say after this given file name, you could add background repeat property, and let's say if you want to repeat it along the X direction, which is horizontally, so just type repeat X. Now let's say if you don't want to add any no repeats all over there, so you can add that property also. So instead of repeat, what you could do all over here, background repeat, you can just change this to no repeat. So this is the given thing. Now let's say if you are trying to apply some CSS on the background position, you can follow this given thing. Let's say you have your given background image, and let's say the repeat you have given, you don't want the background to be repeated, and you could position your given background image also. Let's say if we want to position our background image mostly on the right top, so we could add this respective property. So we could add background, and here we could add something like right top. Okay. So this is one of the ways where you could style and position your respective background image. Now, guys, let us also discuss another scenario where, let's say, if you have a background image and let's say you are the user and you don't like the background image to be, scrolled up, or let's say you want the background image to be fixed. So there are a couple of variations which you could apply. So we have this another property called background attachment, and let's say you can keep your positioning of your background image fixed or scrolling up or down based on this given property. So let us add those property. So its background attachment is that property. So you can see one property we have background attachment, and let's say we want the background to be fixed, which is pretty natural. So we could add this respective CSS property. Let's say if you want to scroll it up or scroll it down, so you could just add scroll or over here. So this is going to make sure that your background attachment falls under these lines. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now let us discuss a bit about borders. So guys, as we have seen with the help of borders, what we had applied earlier in the tutorial. So with the CSS border property, you can style your respective border like with their color, its width. So guys, CSS border properties allows you to add borders all over here in your given design. And we have the border properties which will help you to add those style. Now, let us try to explore that. So if I talk about what kind of values are allowed, so first of all, you get something like dotted. Then you get something like dashed. Then you get something like solid. Then you could also use double property. You could use groove. You could use ridge. You could use inset. You could use outset. And finally, you could have also hidden or none. So basically, dotted property will give you the dotted border. Dashed is going to give you a dash border. Solid is going to give you a solid border. Double, meaning it is going to add a layer and it will feel like a double border. Then if I talk about groove, then you're going to get a 3D border all over here. And this is pretty interesting, guys. Then you are also going to see ridge. Okay. So if I talk about ridge, here also you get 3D ridged border. And if I talk about inset, you are going to get a 3D inset border. Then here you are going to get an outset. So that will be a 3D outset border. So where you can add your given border effect with the respective color which you are trying to add upon. And none means no border, and here your border will be hidden. So these are some of the very important properties. So let us try to explore that. So guys, let's delete these things first. Okay. And let us try to, let's say, all over here. Okay. So we have deleted this. Now let us try to add some H2 heading, guys. So for the H2 heading, what you can do here, you can write something like this is a border style property. Then next you can add a paragraph all over here. In the paragraph, you can say this is the property which specifies the kind of border to display. Okay. Now all over here, what next you can do is you can create a paragraph P all over here. Let's say the class is, for example, let's say we can call it as dotted, and similarly you can just make it as like a dotted border. Okay, so this is going to define a description about the dotted border, and similarly we can create all those borders all over here. So let's copy and paste it. Similarly, guys, you can do it all over here. Fine. Now we can change these given class names. So we can call it as dashed. We can call it as solid. Okay. We can call it as double. Then we can call it as groove. We can call it as ridge. This we can call it as inset. And similarly, we can call this as outset. Now we can change these respective values all over here. So we can name it as dashed. We can name it as solid. We can name it as double all over here. Then we can name it as groove. Similarly, you can make it as ridge all over here. Then you can make it as inset. And here you can make it as outset. Right. Now let us try to style these respective classes that we have declared right now. So guys, in the style tag, how you can access it? So since you are using the class name, so you can use p.dotted, and let's say here you can give the border style. So you can choose all over here, and let's say you can give the properties as dotted. Now we can copy the same thing, and we can simulate the same thing with different class names. So that would be kind of easier for us. Now here you can name it as dashed, and first change all the class name, guys. So here we have made it as dashed. Here we can make it as solid. Then here we could make it as double. Here you can make it as groove. Here you can make it as ridge. And let's say here you can make it as inset. And similarly, one more we can make it for outset. So guys, from this example, you'll get a pretty fine idea like what kind of different border properties you can apply. So I can write just here outset. And let's make one for hidden also. Let's say p.hidden. And here you could add the border style like hidden. Okay. So this is pretty much fine, guys. Let us try to close this up. Okay. Now we don't have one respective class name as, let's say, with no border. So we can create one. Let's say the class name as hidden, and here we can name it as hidden border. So guys, this is a HTML structure that we have defined. Let's delete this. Okay. So from this given example that we have done right now, it's time to look like how our UI is going to look like. So guys, you can see here we are getting these respective things, but you can see every border is just looking like the same. because we have not added the respective properties. So here we need to change it up. So let's change it up to dashed. Let's change this to solid. Let's change this to double. Let's change this to groove. Let's change this to ridge all over here. Then here you can make it as inset. Here you can make it as outset. And here you can make it as hidden. Now this is pretty much fine. Now let us try to see how our UI is changed. Okay guys, now this is pretty interesting. Now you'll be aware like how different border properties you can actually apply using this CSS. So these are the different type of the borders that you are seeing all over here. So I hope so guys you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let's move ahead. Now guys, in the next part, what we are going to do is we are going to explore something called as border width. So you can determine or you can decide and control the thickness of your respective borders. And for that, we have this respective property. We call it as border width. Now, let's say we have these different paragraphs, but we have applied, let's say, these different properties. So I'll just show you for one. Okay. Let's say we have this given border style as solid, and let's say here we want to add something more. Let's say we want to add something like border width. So you can see all over here we have this respective property, and let's say this is medium. So if I do this all over here, so you can see on the third example, if I just refresh this, so here the border width you are going to see somewhat in the medium. Now let's change this also. Let's change this to all over here, let's say to 2 pixels or something like that. So you can also add the respective pixel values. Let's say if I want to add, let's say 5 pixels or 2 pixels is fine. We can choose that, and let's refresh it. So you can see now the border width has become kind of less. Now guys, there is one more CSS property which you can actually apply, and that is called as border color. Now you can also color your respective border. So for example, let's say if you want to add border color, so we can also add all over here. So let's say for example, we want to write something like border style. Okay, we can choose it all over here. And let's say the border style has already been added, so we won't add that, but we can add border color. Okay, so we have this one respective property, border color, and here in the border color we could add, let's say this is a red property. Okay, and this is pretty interesting. Now we go all over here, we do this. So you can see we have changed the color of our respective border. So there are various colors available guys. Do explore that. Okay. So yeah, now it's fine. We could add it as red. Let's move ahead guys and discuss some more of the things all over here. Now guys, in the next part, what we are going to discuss is what are the border sides you can get. So for example, there are these respective, the border sides available. So you can have the border top style. Okay. So this is one of the respective style that you are going to see. Then you have the border right style also. So now, similarly, you can calculate now what could be the possible styles. So one could be border bottom style. And one could be border left style. Okay, so these are the respective styles, guys, which you can easily apply. Now, let's try to apply in this given respective example. So let's say in the third example only, let's say if we want to apply these given things, so what we can do here is we could add the respective style all over here. Let's say we make this as border left style and right style also. So what we can do, we can delete this color first, okay, and after that we can style this given thing. So for example, guys, let's say if we have this given border, for example, we can give this as top style, okay, and let's say we could make the top style as given solid only. So we could make this as solid, but we have to delete this first of all, okay, because we will be applying this style across all the corners. So that's one thing is there. Similarly, guys, what we can do is we can apply the border right style, okay, and let's say in the right style also you have something like solid, okay, then you'll also have the border bottom style, and let's say on the bottom style what you can type here is that's also solid, okay, and here you can have the border left style also, and you can make it as, let's say, dotted, okay. So let's now change this also to, let's say we can make this as reg dotted solid, okay. Now this is pretty much fine. Let's correct this spelling, and you can see I have applied all these different kind of styles, and it's time to see how our output is going to look. So if you remove this, guys, so you can see there are changes, different kind of borders I have applied. So you can see on the top and bottom it was solid, here it was reg, and here it was dotted. So in this way, guys, you can also style your border depending upon whether it is at top, bottom, left, or right. Now, guys, let us move ahead to the next part. So in this, we are going to discuss a bit about the CSS of the rounded borders. How is the CSS for them? So nothing, guys, just all you need to add here is one property. Let's say if we delete this given thing, and let's say in the border, you can also add this property, something like, let's say you are targeting your border. So let's say the border is of 2 pixels width, okay, we'll just individually we'll just remove this, we'll just target the respective element. Let's say the border is 2 pixels, and let's say this is solid, and let's say the color is red all over here. And after this, what you can do is you can give your respective border radius also. So go down, guys, and here add border radius, and let's say this is 5 pixels, okay. So this is pretty much fine, guys. Now all over here, if you could see, go down and try to see the respective properties. So you are going to see that now we are getting the roundness in the border also. So border radius is one of the given parameter with the help of which you can easily set this up. Now, guys, let us explore some of the more example so that you'll get more idea what next CSS you can easily apply. So for the next one, we have the margins. So what are margin, guys? So basically, if we talk about margins, margins are very much important in a scenario when you're trying to create a space around HTML elements. And let's say if I want to define the distance between the different elements, and the border will be acting as the given thing all over here to make that context, like how much space you want to give. So if you are trying to do that, then you do definitely need to take the help of margins. So guys, if I talk about the margin CSS property, so we have these individual properties. You can apply margin on the top, okay, you can apply margin on the right, you can apply margin on the bottom, and then you can apply margin on the left. So guys, if I talk about margin top, so this is going to set the margin, the top margin of an element. This is going to set up the right margin of a given element. This is going to set up the bottom margin of the given element, and this is going to set up the left margin of the respective element. So all the margins have these respective properties, guys, like what will be the length of the respective margin, and if you are trying to put the margin as auto, so your browser is going to automatically calculate it. You can also add percentile, so where you can specify the percent of margin in the respective width, and you could also inherit or specify which margin should be inherited from the parent. So those are the small things, guys, which you can actually try upon. So now let us try to do some examples so that we get a brief idea. So let's say we have these, let's say the paragraph class that we have. So instead of this, what we are going to do, let's remove these things. Okay. And let's try to write something like all over here. Hi. These are CSS for applying margins. So we can type something like this, and here you can add these respective classes. For example, here what you can do is, let's say you add the given class name as, let's say this is P. Okay, so now we can just type it as PR all over here. So after doing this, guys, let's target our respective elements. So for targeting the given with the class name, so we can just write PR all over here. And let's say, for example, if you want to apply the margin, what we could do is we could write the respective border and the margin style. So let's remove this also. Okay. Now here we can target, let's say first property we want to target is a border. So let's say border is 2 pixels. Let's say this is a solid border, and let's say it is of blue color. Okay. So now you can see the spelling is incorrect. So make sure to write the correct spelling. Okay, now it's fine. Let's move to the next part. Let's say we want to apply margin top. So let's give it as 100 pixels. Let's say similarly, you can apply the CSS property all over here. Let's say margin bottom, and let's say you can apply it to 50 pixels. Similarly, guys, you can apply margin left all over here, and margin left could be somewhat around 80 pixels. We could have next thing, that is margin right, and let's make this as 150 pixels all over here. And let's also add something called background color all over here. You can make this as light blue. So these are the respective CSS what you can apply, guys. Now after applying all these things, let's make this as, okay, this is pretty much fine only, but we need to change its color. Let's make this as green, greenish yellow. That would be better. Now let us try to see how our respective CSS looks like. So you can see all over here we have made something like this. Now we can try with this also. We can make this as black, and let's see whether this CSS looks good. So let's refresh this, and yeah, so those are the respective thing. You can change the background color also all over here. So in this way, guys, you can apply the respective margin properties all over here. Now let us move ahead to the next part, guys. So in the next part, what we are going to understand is we can also apply the auto property also. So let's say, for example, in this given scenario only, what we can write is, let's say we have the width as all over here. Let's say it's 300 pixels. So we could give a property called width, and let's make this as 300 pixels. Let's give the margin as auto. Let's our browser decide the width and the space of the margin that needs to be done. So I'm just going to put it as auto all over here. Then I could put it up border. So I could make it as 1 pixels. I could make it as solid, and then I could make it as red. So now if I see my respective output, you're going to see something like this. So in this way, guys, you can also define and leave it on the browser to automatically detect it. Now, guys, these were some of the ways in which you could apply. And the next thing what I want to tell you is you can also set your margin property. Let's say if you are trying to inherit from the parent element. So for that, what you can do, guys, let's say we have these respective tags. Let's say h2 tag is there. Then we have the p tag. And let's say we create a container all over here. Okay, let's make it as a div tag, and inside the div tag we can just pass this respective thing. So if you go all over here and pass this given class, so let's say the class is PR, and this is a paragraph which is, we can say, which is inherited, such that we could get some brief idea. So I could write that this is the paragraph, and let's say it has inherited left margin. Okay. Now, after this, what you can do all over here is you can wrap this up inside the div tag, and our rest of the things are there. Now, let's say you want to style this respective container, you can also style that. So we are going to remove this for now, and let's say we are targeting the div container. So for targeting the div, what you can do, you can write all over here. Let's say the border is 1 pixel. Let's say it is solid red. Okay. Then let's say you can apply the margin. For example, in this you can give the margin left, let's say 100 pixels. Okay. And all over here, let's say if you're trying to apply the inherited one, so you could give the class name. So our class is PR. So p dot PR. And here you can give something like margin left. So let's say we could use a property called inherit. Okay. Now we could now what this is going to do is it is going to inherit the margin from this given parent element that we have done. So in this way, guys, you can also do it. So let me refresh it, and you could see all over here how it is well, and it is predefined with the respective spaces that you are seeing. So in this way, guys, you can also write the respective margins. Now, guys, let us move ahead to the next part. And in the next part, we are going to explore a bit about margin collapse. So if I talk about margin collapse, guys, so margin collapse, what it does is it collapses two margin into, let's say, into a single margin. Basically, that's what we do it. And top and bottom margins, sometimes, are collapsed to a single margin. So those things we could apply with the help of this given CSS property. So let us say, for example, we have this given, let's make this as a h1 tag all over here. And in the h1 tag, we could give, let's say, the margin property all over here. Let's say, make this as margin collapse. And all over here, we could add the h2 heading all over here. So we could make this as h2, and this could be something like relatable to heading 2. So okay, now let's correct this first, and let's copy the same thing, but we'll change its heading all over here, and let's make this as heading 2. Okay, and let's change the same thing all over here. So we could make this as heading 2. Okay, now we could remove the div tag all over here, because there is no need for that. And it's time to actually style our respective h1 and h2 elements. So just delete these things, guys. Okay, so let's say this one is your respective h1 element. So let's say, for example, you are adding, let's say, margin. We could call it as margin bottom, and let's make it as somewhere around 50 pixels. Similarly, what I could do is I could create one h2 also, and when I am creating about h2, I could give something like as margin top. So you could call it as, let's say, 20 pixels. Now, in this given example, if what basically I'm trying to show you is that the h1 element at which is having the bottom margin of 50 pixels, and the h2 element which has the margin top of 20 pixels. Okay, so the vertical height between h1 and h2 is somewhere around 50 plus 20. It's around 70 pixels of difference. So there is going to be a margin collapse, and the actual margins ends up to being around 50 pixels. Now, what I'm trying to say all over here is, guys, if you could see the respective thing all over here, so you could see the spaces that we have done all over here. We have the margin collapse, and then we have the heading 2 all over here. Now, their net difference that counts up, it's summing around, let's say, 50 pixels. So, guys, that's what it means to be margin collapse. So I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now, guys, let us move ahead to the next part. And in the next part, what we are going to understand is the CSS padding. So if I talk about the padding, guys, so basically, guys, if I talk about padding generates space around each one of the elements. And we have these individual properties also for padding. Let's say you can have padding left, padding top, padding bottom, and you can set the padding based on these respective sides. Now, there are a couple of things that you could do. You could add length, okay, or you could specify the percent of padding you want, or you could inherit from your, let's say, parent element, like we did in the previous example. Now, let us try to do this given example. Let's say we have this one element as h2, and we want to, let's say, create one another element also. So let's say we can change this as to padding. Okay, and all over here, what we could do is we could set this up to something like, let's create a div tag, guys. Okay, and inside the div tag, we can make it as this is the div element. Okay, which has the padding, let's say, of 50 pixels. Okay, and we can also call it as, let's say, it has the bottom padding of, let's make it around 30 pixels or 50 pixels. That would be fine. So it's just a description, guys, which I'm writing. Now you can style your respective element all over here. So let's delete it first. And here, let's create a div tag, because there we are writing. So here we could give something like border. So border could be around, let's say, 1 pixels, and you could name it as solid. You could name it as black all over here. And similarly, you can have the background color also. So for the background color, you could put it up to light blue. Okay. Similarly, you could make a padding right also. So for the padding right, it could be, let's say, around 30 pixels. Let's say you can also make padding bottom also, guys, all over here. So we could make this as 50 pixels. And you can also make padding left also. So this could be made as 80 pixels. Now guys, let us try to see how our output looks like. So if you do this, so you can see we are getting padding somewhat like this. So you can see this div element that we have created has the padding of, let's say, 50 pixels, and also the padding of 30 pixels, which is a if you could see the properties that we have applied. So bottom we have 50 pixels, on the left hand side we have 80 pixels, and from the right hand side we have got 30 pixels of padding. So this is a space that we have created. Now guys, let us move ahead to the next part. And so guys, in the next part, what we are going to do is we are going to set our height and width for the padding. So that's also pretty much interesting, guys. So you can use the height and the width property to set up the respective padding. What I mean to say all over here is, let's say if you have the respective height, so you can make the height somewhat, let's say, around 200 pixels. Okay. And let's say similarly, you can calculate your width, and let's say you can make it as 50%. Okay. You can make the background color also all over here, and you can make it as such powder blue. Okay. Now, in this way, you can add your respective height and width, and determine your respective padding also, guys. So that's one of the given things what you can do. So now guys, when I'm talking about setting up the height and width of your element, you can also use the maximum width property. So maximum width is basically going to do what? It is going to add the maximum width to your respective element. And you could also add these things with these three parameters, like you're going to have the length, you're going to have the percentile, you're going to have, if you don't want to do it, you can put it as none property. So let me show you some example, guys. Let's say, for example, we have these two respective, let's say, given elements all over here. So first of all, let's create one. Let's say this is h1 tag, and we can call it as max width. Okay. And let's say which basically we can write it as width of the element. Okay. Now all over here, what you can do is you can set this up something like this. So let's say we create one class name also. We can call this class as, let's say, div1, and you can say that this div element has the maximum width. Let's say this width ranges around 500 pixels. So we can name this as something like this. Similarly, guys, what you can do next is you can create the another div tag. Okay. So let's create another div. But before that, let's give a break. Okay. So we can use the break tag all over here. So now let's try to create another div tag. So let's say this class is div2. Okay. And we can write something like this div element, let's say, has a width of 500 pixels. So this is also the same thing, guys. So we will just write something like this, but make sure that this is not the maximum width. So guys, we can make something like this. Let's say the paragraph is resize the browser window, just to get us know that what we are doing, and to a smaller size than less than, we can call it as 500 pixels. Okay. Now we have closed these respective things. Now it's time to add some styling, guys. So for styling, we could easily target, let's say make this as div1, and let's copy the same thing, and we could make it as div2. So here it becomes div 2. Now in the div 1, what we could add is, let's say we are adding, for example, maximum width. So we could make it as, let's say, 500 pixels, and we could add the respective padding also all over here, guys. Let's say the padding is 10 pixels. Okay, and background color we have already done. Similarly for this one, what we can do is, so we could give something like your width all over here. So let's change this to width, and let's say the width all over here is 500 pixels also. Now we could give the padding also. So let's say the respective padding all over here is somewhat, let's say, 10 pixels. So let's make it as 10 pixels, and let's make sure that the background color is same for both of them. Now let us see the output. So let's refresh this, and guys, you can see all over here. So guys, this is the way we are actually trying to do this. I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now let's discuss some of the given concept that this example had. So what's the difference between a maximum width and let's say the width of an element? So let's say if I say the div element that I've created has a maximum width of 500 pixels, means that's the maximum width it can have. But when I have written that another div tag which has the width of, let's say, 500 pixels, so it is confined to that zone where its width is around 500 pixels only. So if we are trying to resize our border size, okay, let's try to do it, and let's see. Okay, so you can see if we are trying to resize it, how it's going. So this is the meaning of maximum width and the normal width which we apply to our respective elements. Now guys, let's move ahead to the next concept. So guys, in the next part we are going to understand a very important concept, that is CSS box model property. So if I talk about the CSS box model property, what it does is, whenever we are talking about designing a layout, or let's say how we do the web design and all those things, so CSS box model actually plays a very important concept. So if I have to show you what exactly is a box model, so you can imagine something like at the top, when we imagine or visualize something like the CSS properties in a box. So first of all, you need to give the margin, then you are going to find the border, next up you're going to find the padding, and inside there you're going to have the content. So box model basically has these respective concepts which you can imagine. So let's say this is content, okay, and we can write something like padding, we can write something like border. Okay guys, so in the box model we have content, we have padding, we have border, and finally we have margin. So the content of the box is where we write our paragraph or the text or where the images appear. Then padding is that area that is, that clears an area around the respective content. If I talk about border, guys, then border, which basically goes around the padding and the respective content. And if I talk about margin, guys, basically this is an area outside the border. So guys, these are the respective things if I talk about the box model approach. Let me show you the demonstration of the same. Let's say we have this respective div tag, and let's say all over here, if we want to make sure something like width, we could make it as 300 pixels. All over here, we could add the border. Okay, let's make it as 15 pixels, and we could make it as solid green. all over here. Then we could add padding. Let's say we're adding the padding. Let's say this has 50 pixels. Okay. And we could add margin right now. So let's say the margin is, we could add something like 20 pixels. So this is how we are incorporating the box model approach all over here. So if I talk about the width and height of an element, so we need to correctly analyze like what kind of width and what kind of height will go up with the respective element. And when you are practicing these things, so you need to experiment a lot, you need to change the values and more design stuff. So guys, the more styling you do, your respective content becomes more normalized like that. And we can also think this way. Let's say, for example, let's say if we talk about the box model approach, so these are the respective things that we have to consider. Now let us move ahead and let us try to understand a bit about outline. So outline is something which is like a line that is drawn around the elements, and it is basically outside the borders such that to make the respective element stand out. So for example, guys, if I talk about the outline, so in the outline we have the outer box outlined all over here, then we have the border, and then we have the respective content. So let's say if we talk about the CSS property related to outline, so we have something like all over here outline style, we have something like outline color, we could have something like outline width, okay. Then we could have outline offset, and normally we could just give the outline property as a shorthand notation. So if I talk about the outline style, guys, it is basically specifies the style of the outline. Then we have the outline color, which specifies the color of the outline. Then you have the outline width, which basically specifies the width of an outline. And if then normally we have outline as one property, which is kind of a shorthand property. So let's say we have these respective elements all over here. So let's say if we have this one paragraph, so we can go back to the same example. Let's delete this. Okay. So let's give the given class all over here. Let's make this as dotted. Okay. And we could just change the name also. So we could name it as dotted all over here. Okay. We could name it as dashed also all over here. We could also make it as solid. Okay. So just copy the same thing. Okay. Now let's change the name as solid. Similarly, we could make one something like all over here as, let's say, rich. Okay. So this becomes rich. Pretty much fine, guys. Now let's move ahead with the next style. So for the next style, what we could add is we could add something called groove. Okay, this can become groove, and we could change this also all over here to groove. That's pretty interesting. Then we could make something like all over here as inset. And similarly, we could make something like as outset. So this is our respective paragraphs we have written with these respective classes. Now, let's say if you want to style it, what we can do. So first, let's delete these things. Okay. So we are going to use the outline style right now. So, okay. Now, For doing the same thing, you can use the styling in this format. So let's say, for example, you can put something like p dotted, and here you can mention something like outline style. For example, this could be dotted. Then next thing what you could do all over here is you could put the same thing, and we could write something like this becomes like dashed. Okay, so let's change the class name. So this becomes dashed, and let's say the outline becomes dashed. So guys, similarly you can style for all these respective elements. So I will show you a couple of them. This becomes solid, so here we'll change it to solid. Now similarly write it all over here, and let's make this as double, and we could add double also all over here. Now if you could see all over here, we could make this outline style as ridge. So let's change this class name and make it as ridge. Okay, then all over here what we could do is we could write something like inset. Okay, so we could give something like outline style all over here. So for the outline style here we could give something like groove. Okay, so okay, now we have applied these respective CSS properties, these things, dotted, dashed. So in this way you can design or put the layout for your respective outlines. Now you can see all over here in this way, the outlines have been created respectively. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding this CSS property. Okay guys, now we are going to move ahead to the next part that we call it as text formatting. So whenever we style text, so we can add these respective formatting with those respective text properties. And for example, let's say if you want to add color, you could add the color, you could add the font size also. So that's one of the very interesting thing. So for example guys, let's say if we are trying to add the CSS text color property. So let's say if we have defined something like, let's say this is a paragraph, and all over here in the paragraph, okay, let's say this is your, we can write this is a paragraph, and if you want to add the respective style, so we can choose the respective element. Since we have only one paragraph here, so we could add the respective color property, and let's change this to blue, so your paragraph becomes blue. So in this way you can target these properties or the text-based properties all over here. Now if we move on to the next part guys, in the next part we can also decide these respective things like the text alignment. What is the text alignment of the text that you are writing? Whether it should be vertically aligned, or it should be horizontally aligned, or it should be bidirectional. So all these things matter a lot. So there are a couple of values that, or attributes, if I would say, those matters a lot. So for example, like if we talk about left, so this aligns the element to the left, or we can say basically aligns the element to the left. Okay. Similarly, if we talk about right, it is going to align the element to the right side. Then if we want to align it to the center, your elements are going to get aligned to the center with this property. And next up we have justify. So this is going to stretch let's say the lines, so such that each of the lines have equal width. So these are some of the very much important properties. So I can show you with the examples. Let's add one h1 tag all over here, and let's say in the h1 tag we could write something like this is the CSS tutorial. Okay, and let's add these respective things. So let's add the h1 tag all over here, and we could add these respective properties, like for example the text align property, we could mark it as center. So you'll get all these options if you're using VS Code as an IDE. That's very like helpful IDE. And then you could also align the text to the left or right based on your given thing. So all these options that we had discussed, you could change this value. Now let me show you how this is going to look. So you can see your alignment is there on the center. Now let's change this value to, let's say, left, and let's see all over here. So you can see this value has shifted to the left hand side. Similarly, let's try to change this to right. So this value will be changed to right. So that's how we are going to do it. And there is one another property, guys. We call it as text align last. So what we can do with this is you can specify how you would want to align the last line of your text. So the respective values are, like, say, auto, left, right, center, justify, and at the end. So for example, let's say we want to target this. So let's say all over here in this given example, we can take the h1 tag. So h1 tag, what we can do is text align. You can just write last, and let's say this is to the right. Now what is going to happen, guys, if I just refresh this? So the last element is indexed to the right. Similarly, if I just make it as justify, so this is going to look something like this. Okay, so I hope so now you are getting the idea, like how you can do experiment with this text property also. Now let's also discuss a bit about the direction. What should be the direction and the flow of the text that you are writing. So if I talk about the text direction, so the direction can be a unidirectional or it could be a bidirectional stuff. So for example, let's say if you are targeting this respective h1 tag only, so we could add one thing called, let's say, direction. Okay, and in the direction you could make it as left side, from left to right, or you can make it from right to left. So that's one of the other thing. And also you can specify something like Unicode bidirectional, and here you can add bidirectional override. So the Unicode override bidirectional property, this is going to return a text, okay, that should be overridden, or it supports, let's say, multiple languages at the same document. So let's say when you are writing, let's say, in different languages, let's say you are writing somewhat in Greek, you are also writing somewhat in French and German, and all these languages. So you need a consistent formatting, and you need to basically decide the directional flow of the text, because that is kind of very, very much important in this context. Now I hope so, guys, you would have got a brief idea regarding the same. Now let us discuss the next part, that is text decoration. So if I talk about with the reference to the text decoration, guys, so these are the respective styles that you can understand. So we have this something called as text decoration line. Okay, you could have something called as text decoration color. You could have something like text decoration style. And you can also add text decoration thickness. So if I talk about these properties, guys, so if this value is set to none, so this is going to be a default value, like it displays no text decoration line. And these are the respective values you could write. Let's say, for example, none means no decoration. Then if you put underline, then here what you can do is you can display the respective decoration. Let's say it displays under the text. Okay. Now overline is also one of the another option where it is decoration is displayed over the text. And finally, we also get something called as line through. So if I talk about line through, guys, so the decoration line is displayed through the text. So these are some of the very, very important CSS properties in this context. Okay, so let us try to understand some of it. So if I just talk about, let's say, the text decoration property. So here we could add something like, let's say if you want to decorate the text, so let's add the given thing. Let's say the text decoration, something like all over here, and you could see we are getting these options. So we can choose, let's say, line through, and similarly you can choose the other options that we had discussed. So this is also one of the most very much important CSS properties, guys. Now, guys, I'll also introduce you a little bit about text transformation property. So basically, when you are trying to control the capitalization of the text, so text transformation is very, very much important property. And it has these respective things. For example, let's say first value you're going to get as none, second you're going to get as capitalized. So you can write something like this, capitalize. Then you're going to get something like uppercase. Then let's say you're going to get this as lowercase. So in the none, what you can do is, let's say, basically no transformation happens. Text renders as it is. Then if we talk about capitalized, then it transforms the first character of the each words, let's say, to the uppercase. And if we talk about uppercase, then it is basically transforming all the characters to the uppercase. If you talk about lowercase, then it transforms all the characters to the lowercase. So let me show you one example, guys. Let's say this is our given thing. So we could write the CSS property like text transform, and let's make it as all over here uppercase. Okay. Now when I'm going to apply this, so you can see everything has become capitalized. So this is one of the very, very much important text transformation properties. So do remember it, guys. Now we can also have some discussion regarding the text spacing also. So if I talk with respect to the text spacing, so we could have these respective properties like the text indent. Then next up we can have letter spacing. We can also have something like line height. We could have something like word spacing. We could also have something like white space. Okay. Now, if I talk about the text indent property, it is used to specify the indentation of first line, in a given text block. So here, one thing you need to remember that negative values are allowed. So let's say if we have this respective p tag all over here, and let's say if you want to target this, so what I can do here is, let's create a class and let's say the text indent. Okay, so we cannot see. Okay, here it is. Now here we could add, let's say, 50 pixels. So this is one of the given thing you can apply. And letter spacing, if I talk about that property, with the help of that, you can define what space should be there between each of the letters. So let's say if you want to add the letter spacing also, so we could add this respective property. So let's say latest spacing, and we could, let's say, give around, let's say, 5 pixels all over here. Okay, now which is going to increase or decrease the spaces all around here. Then you also have something called line height property, so which is used to specify the spaces line in between them. So let's say if we want the line height, okay, so what we can give here is another CSS property like line height, and we could add that, let's say it is somewhere around, let's say 0.8. okay, you can give it in this emit abbreviation, which is basically 0.8 em. So that's one of the given value. You can also, so this is for the small line height, okay, so I'll just mention here small. Okay, now similarly, let's say if you are looking for a big line height, so instead of 0.8, what you can do is you can change it to 1.8, so this becomes large line height. Now we could also add some other properties, like for example, let's say if I talk about the word spacing, so word spacing you can also add up something like all over here, and this is the word spacing, and you could add the respective pixels like 10 pixels, or let's say you can also add negative values, guys. Let's say you can add -2 pixels also. So these are some of the very, very important things when we talk about with respect to text transformation. Now, let's also discuss a bit about white space. So white space is also kind of a very much important property. So which specifies like how white space should be defined in a respective element. So we have these given things, guys. Let's say we have something as normal, then we have no wrap, then we have something called as pre, then we have something called as pre-line, and next up we can have something called as pre-wrap. Okay, now let's say if I'm trying to target these respective things, so you can add these respective values. So let's say if I'm trying to give a white space all over here, let's make this as white space, and this make it as no wrap. Okay, and this is adding a no wrap white space property. And what we have discussed regarding these given values, you can try with these white space property like pre-line, pre-wrap, and you could see the differences like how your layout is looking like. So guys, this was a little bit about text transformation. Now we could also study a bit about text shadow also. That seems a pretty interesting property. So if you want to add a text shadow, nothing, guys, just you need to change the value. So here what you can do is add, let's say, text shadow, and just define the width and the height of that shadow. So let's say if I add 2 pixels, and let's add in the proper way. And if you could see right now, so here you are getting some shadows all over here. Now this is like over one over another, so this is not looking good, but at certain scenarios you can, if you use the right fonts, then definitely it looks pretty decent at some point of time. Now you could, let's say, add the color also. Let's say for example you could add the blur effect also. So let's say if I want to add the blur effect, so what I will do it, I'll just add one more value. Let's say this is 5 pixels. Let's add the red color. So now if you see, okay, so this is looking somewhat like this. So this is also a pretty interesting effect that we are discussing. Now guys, we are going to explore a bit about display property. So display property is a very, very much important CSS property. And let's say whenever you want to control the layout and all the other things, it actually, it's very much important in that regards. So let's say if I say every HTML element has a default value, and the default value could be block or inline. So if I talk about what a block level element, guys, this is a very important concept. So definition of block level element is an element which always starts from a new line and it takes a full width and available. So it basically stretches out from left to right. So these are the respective element, guys, which you should always remember. This first one we have the div element. Okay. The next you can find all the h1 element are the respective or h1 h2 till h6. Those are also in the category of you can say a div element. Then you can just talk about paragraph. So this is a paragraph element. Then you can also see there is a form element available, okay, which which also parts or constitutes the block level element. You can also have something called as header all over here. You could add something called as footer all over here. Okay. You could add something like section all over here. Okay. So these are the respective elements which comes under the block level elements. Now, if I just talk about the inline element, okay. So inline element does not starts from a new line and it only takes up as much width as it's necessary. For example, guys, if I talk about those elements, that could be span, okay, it could be your image, then it could be your link element, which is a, or these are the respective ones. So you can take that into the consideration. So common display values, if I just talk about, so we have something like display inline, or you can make it as block. You can make it as contents. You can make it as flex. You can make it as grid. You can make it as inline block. Okay. So, and also, guys, you can make it as none all over here. So if I talk about the inline value, so it displays the element as an inline element. Then if you talk about the block element, it is going to display the element as a block level element. Then contents, if I talk about, basically it makes the content disappear, like making it, if you talk with respect to the children and a parent element, so like it is a children level of the element. And if you see the DOM tree, you would get more brief idea that that the children element which are present, it is making next to the children of the element that's available. So that's what it looks like. So if you are not able to understand the DOM structure, don't worry about this. What you can do is you can check, type this property and see how the attribute is doing to the changes. Repeat. Then you can check it like how this attribute is doing changes to the layout. Now you have something called as flex also. So if I talk about flex, guys, flex displays the element as the block level element, and this displays it as a flex level container. You have something called as grid also. So grid displays the element as the block level grid container. Then you have the inline block also, which displays the element as an inline level. And then if I talk about the inline block, guys, it displays the element as an inline block container, and the element itself is formatted as an inline element. So here also, if I just see, the element is displayed as inline, okay, and it's an inline level element, and so that's a kind of a pretty interesting thing. Next up, all you can check all over here. Let's say if you are putting the display as none, so element is basically completely hidden from the document flow and it is not going to take up any spaces. So this is what we can do all over here. So let me demonstrate you some example. So for this, I'll be using a bit of JavaScript to simulate it. Okay. So let's say, for example, we have something like this. Okay, so let's delete all these things first. Okay, now let's go all over here. Let's create a paragraph. Okay, so let's type P. Let's give it class something like flip. Okay, now it's fine. And here we can uh, add one more functionality, guys, on this paragraph. Let's say on clicking this. Okay, let's say this we'll call this to a function, and we can call this as my function. Okay, which we are going to write a JavaScript logic. Okay, now if you don't know about JavaScript, guys, then you can explore the JavaScript tutorial on our channel. Now this is done, and here you can write click to show panel. Okay, so this is something like this. Then all over here next we can do something like this. We can create a div element, and we can call it as something like panel. Okay, and we can call something here as panel, and we could name it as under p tag. So guys, here we can write something like this, that this panel contains a div element. Okay, and let's say we can write something like this, which is hidden by default. Okay, now after doing this, what we can write here is we could also add one more paragraph element, and let's say we could use JavaScript to display it. Okay, now here we have done all over here we have written two paragraphs all over here, and one more thing, we can add something like this. If you don't know JavaScript, you can watch our tutorial. Okay, so this is like in this way. Now for example, we have done this respective thing. Now it's time to add some CSS, guys. So you can see all over here inside the panel. Okay, and so we have two classes. We have the flip class and the panel class, but you can see we have not added any JavaScript logic all over here. So for that, I've already told you that we are going to write this inside a script tag. So let's get out of the div tag first, and let's create a script tag. So it's just like a normal function only. So let's say we'll use the function keyword all over here. Let's say this is function. Okay, and we could give something like my function, and you could write something like document dot get element by id, and here we could add the respective id name, and let's call this as panel. Okay, and then what we could do is, so guys, after this what you can do is you can write something like style, and if you are trying to change its display property, we could change the display, let's say, to block. Okay, so this is our JavaScript function, which will be whenever we are going to trigger this respective function, this is going to change the style of our given HTML element. Now, this is our given paragraph all over here. And let's say if I just talk about the respective thing. Okay, so what we can do, we can add something like all over here. Okay, some styling also. So let's first target the both of the element flip and panel. So I'm going to delete these things. So inside the panel, what you could do is you could add something like this as panel. Okay, then you could add something like dot flip. Okay, and let's say in this, if we are trying to give something like, let's say, padding, so we could give it as 10 pixels. Okay, this is like text align, which is like center. This is like background color, and we can choose it as aquamarine. Then we can choose the color. Let's make it as white. Okay. Then we can also add the border property also, something like, let's say this is solid, and it is 1 pixel, and something like, let's say you could also add all over here, let's say the color also of the border. We could call it as, let's say, beige, and that's pretty much fine, guys. Now we can also make something like cursor becomes point. Okay, then we'll just target the panel elements, so we could style also using this, and let's say the display becomes none. Okay, so this is our respective style, guys, that we have done. So you can see whenever this given function is going to get triggered, so your given the display property, it's going to get changed. So this is kind of pretty important when we talk with respect to, let's say, changing the display properties. So if you just click on this, so can you see now how interestingly it shows? So if you refresh this, it becomes again the same way, and when you click on all over here, it displays the respective element. So this is also one of the very most important properties. Now, guys, I'll also show you one more good example where we are going to toggle between these display properties. So let's go all over here. Let's keep the IDs at same, and inside this, let's say, now this example, we can change a bit about the description. Let's say this panel toggles between hiding and showing a div element. Now you could also add something like we can use JavaScript to display it. That's fine. This is also pretty much decent. Now similarly thing, if I just talk with respect to our given function, so we can keep this function as it is and click to show or hide the panel. Just add one more word. Okay, so this is done, guys. Now let's say if we are going to write our respective function, so what we can do is, let us declare one variable all over here. Let's call this variable as barracks. Okay, and let's say we could write something like document dot, let's say, get element by ID, and we could call it as panel. Okay, and something like, if, let's say, x dot style dot display, let's give a strict inequality, and let's say if this is none, then what we can do all over here is we could change the display style. So x dot style dot display, and we could make it as block. Okay, so this is done, or else we could give the else logic also. So if this does not happens, then we could style x dot style dot display, and we could call it as none. And finally, we could enclose this in the script tag. Now it's time to actually write the CSS property. So if you go all the way here to your panel and flip, most of the things will be same: the background color, margin, cursor pointer, and then if you could see the panel also, so panel here you are saying displays none, and we'll talk about cursor. You can also add one of this given property. Cursor can become auto. Okay. Now let me show you how this is going to look like. So let's go all over here, and so if you see it's not toggling. So earlier we were just only seeing it once, but now you could hide or show this. So this is a kind of pretty interesting thing that you can do with JavaScript. Now guys, let us try to move ahead to the next part. So guys, similarly what you can do is you can apply this concept with the images. Let's say you create one image and you create another, and let's say another. So when you click on that image, you could toggle it up to show the complete image, or you can click again to hide it up. So there are a lot of concepts of the same thing, and if you look through this given example, you'll get much more clear idea. So guys, that's a wrap on our HTML CSS full course. I hope so you would have followed this tutorial exhaustively and designed as many as examples as we did. Also guys, practice a lot and try to explore more examples, try to design, because with that your efficiency is going to increase. So guys, this was it for today's session. Thank you guys for watching it. And also guys, if you like this kind of content, then do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the notification bell icon so that you don't miss out any update from our end.